if Israel is going to be properly defended against Iran. So you can expect Iran to continue to use proxies. You need to be concerned about the Houthis in the Gulf and in the Straits of Hormuz, and about agents and proxies around the world, but particularly with respect to American interests.
The chess match. I mean, how much oil does China get through the Straits of Hormuz? Like 80%, some crazy number. And I don't know what the chances of that are. The oil markets are acting like the chances aren't great that they would do that. They've never done it before. What do you think?
No, they probably wouldn't do it before. You're right about Iran's supplying oil to China. There's another aspect to this. I mean, Iran is very close to Russia, and Russia's not very close to China, and so the likelihood of anything happening in the Straits is very much lower than one would think. However, the Houthis, though they're an agent and have acted as agents for the Iranians for a long, long time, sometimes act on their own and do what they want. Anytime you empower somebody not under your direct control, they're likely to do something that are inimical to your own interests. So it's difficult to contain or control the Houthis, and they're liable to do just about anything. But you're right, the likelihood of something in the Straits is quite low.
Yeah, President Trump said that one and done, and that was going to be, if Iran were to come to the table now, there's room for negotiations. Would they ever do that? Would they ever just say, "Uncle, all right, you got us"? I just can't see it.
No, that's unlikely to do. We have to remember what takes place inside Iran. The theocracy with the mullahs at the top of the food chain, they control everything, almost everything, but not everything. They exist there, at least partially, if not mostly, because of the forbearance of the military establishment, but particularly the Revolutionary Guards. To the extent that the Revolutionary Guards decide that the mullahs are not the right guys to run the country, then you will have some turnover at the top of the food chain. Not necessarily regime change, but you might wind up with the military establishment running the country. They're not more liberal, to be sure, but they're going to be very much different in how they approach everything, and particularly those relationships in the region. So look for changes perhaps in the country, but not the way we would expect. We should be concerned about what Iran's going to do next, but we all should be concerned about what we're going to do in response to that.
Yeah, Colonel, I've got another question for you, but what do you mean different how? Different in terms of being more aggressive, different in terms of being more tactical? What would that mean for the region?
We remember Ahmadinejad a few years ago, and we thought he was the worst person in the world. He was the liberal. I mean, he was a terrible person, but he was the liberal in the country. So while we might not be particularly happy with the mullahs at the top of the government, we might be less thrilled if there's a military takeover inside Iran. The people who take over might be even worse.
The idea of regime change was something that was severely knocked down by every member of the Trump administration on the airwaves yesterday. Everyone from the Secretary of State Marco Rubio to the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, Vice President J.D. Vance, all of them saying this is not about regime change. And then last night on Truth Social, President Trump himself suggested that if they can't make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? And that kind of changed the equation a little bit. How did you read into that?
Well, we've had it's probably bluster. I mean, there's not very much that we can do to affect what takes place inside Iran. You remember some years ago, there were these enormous demonstrations in Tehran, 1 million people in the square. I remember being on the air talking about it. The interest was there that they're all tweeting now. There's going to be regime change because the people are rising up. That was on, let's say, a Friday. On Saturday, after a bunch of people were killed by the Revolutionary Guards, there were only 5,000 in the streets. The next day on Sunday, there was nothing. We have to remember how that place is run. Regime change can only take place from within. And our attacking a few nuclear sites is not going to make that happen.
Yeah. When you're using live ammo, not rubber bullets, to disperse protests, it has a tendency to thin out the protesters.
Colonel, what's
Yeah,
your sense in terms?
that changes your mind about how things ought to be run. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
There's two other players that have not been named thus far: Russia and Putin, and what you think his role in all of this will be. Obviously, it sounds like they want to try to de-escalate this via the UN. Same with China, but nonetheless, both of those countries have been supporting Iran in all sorts of ways, including by propping up their economy by buying oil. Now, clearly, Iran is, Iran matters more to China than, or I should say, China matters more to Iran than Iran matters to China. But nonetheless, do you see them doing anything?
Yes, but not in a military way. They're going to probably continue to do what they've been doing, and probably not do a great deal more. It is not in either Russia's or China's interest to get involved in what's taking place in the Middle East. They have not had a very good experience in the region. The Russians in particular got run out of there. They're going to stand by. They'll continue to support, but it's unlikely that they're going to get involved in anything. Don't forget that Russia's almost decisively engaged in Ukraine, and things there, while are sort of going on Russia's side on the ground tactically, there's a long way to go before that thing is going to get, that's going to be resolved. And most people do understand exactly how that's going to end, some sort of negotiated settlement whereby the Ukrainians give up part of the Donbass. Neither Russia nor China is particularly interested in getting involved in the Middle
There's
East.
two issues that are interesting here. One is that the U.S. is asking effectively China to help them with Iran as it relates to the Straits of Hormuz. Will they? And the other question is just what kind of message this sends to China's allies, to the extent that China has been trying to make friends all over the world economically and arguing, look, if we have an economic strategic alliance, clearly we will be allied in other ways too. It appears that there is no alliance beyond maybe economic for China in almost any realm.
I think that's a good and focused perception. Let's face it, most actors, whether they're individuals, economic entities, or nation states, basically their focus is aggrandizement. They're only focused on themselves, and relationships that exist at least primarily, if not wholly, for aggrandizement. So Russia's and China's allies are not going to be particularly interested in anything beyond their own interests. I don't think that these U.S. strikes on Iran, the war between Israel and Iran, figures heavily in how either China or Russia views the world and what they're going to do in the mid to long term.
All right, Colonel. No one knows that in near term is one thing. Long term, I don't know. Is it a pipe dream to hope for spreading of the Abraham Accords and I don't know, the Arab Spring, whatever you want to refer, however you want to refer to it, but peace in the Middle East, is it closer or is it just never going to happen? I mean, maybe this is a step. Go ahead.
I've never been close. I mean, go back 3,000 years and we'll see it any farther away or closer than it is now. I think it's extremely difficult. Reliance on the United Nations, for example, makes absolutely no sense because nobody's going to. We've got a veto and we're not going to do anything that they say. No, I think peace in the Middle East is as far away as it's ever been.
Well, hope springs eternal. Maybe it's baby steps. Thanks, Colonel Jacobs. Let's see.
Thank you.
It's bad when we see you, but thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
We got a lot more coming up on Squawk Box this morning. We're going to talk about the energy impact of this weekend's U.S. strikes on Iran, including what would happen if Iran tried to close the Strait of Hormuz. And that is in the air this morning. Check out defense stocks, though, as we head to a break. See what's going on there. We're coming right back after this.
Educator.com.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Oil prices are higher this morning, but not nearly as high as they had been overnight in the trading session, where we saw WTI actually get up close to $79 and Brent even above $80 a barrel. Joining us right now is Josh Young. He's Chief Investment Officer of Bison Interest, which focuses on oil and gas investments. And Josh, let's just talk about where we stand. If you look back at a WTI chart over the last month, we're up 20%. So we have seen pretty massive premium that's been built in from where we were just in recent history. But is the price that we're watching this morning reflective of what you had seen happen over the weekend in the Middle East?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. Honestly, I'm not sure it's even pricing in the current fundamentals. If you look at where oil inventories have gone in the last month and where they sit versus price, I think there's a good argument that you should see oil $5 to $10 a barrel higher, even without any of these geopolitical risks that we're seeing.
Explain that. What's happened to supply?
Yeah, so supply is just starting to roll over in the U.S., and we saw a surprise 11.5 million barrel decline in weekly oil inventories in the last weekly oil inventory report from the EIA. It came out on Wednesday. And so that's obviously just one weekly report, but we've seen a series of these reports where inventories have come in lower than expected. And so supply has been a little less robust than people expected, and demand has actually held in there pretty well. And again, this hasn't really been the story because people were so worried about tariffs and so worried after Liberation Day that oil prices fell a lot, but inventories fell too. And so we're actually in a pretty tight market at the moment. And so again, when you see these headlines, I think people sort of lose sight of just actually quite strong fundamentals.
The inventories are down because of the shut-in, the number of rigs that have been shut in. I mean, that's been pretty phenomenal to watch. I think that's a reaction from the oil industry to lower prices.
Yeah, it's what you should expect, right? Lower prices lead to lower supply, which eventually lead to higher prices. And because of shale, decline rates are so high that you saw a quick reaction, both from a supply perspective as well as from a supply activity perspective. So again, that's sort of what we were coming into this potential supply shock. And so over the weekend, we saw tankers. There was at least one that was showing up on various reports that actually turned around and headed away from the Strait of Hormuz. And so obviously there hasn't been, from reports that we've seen, any direct closure of the strait, but even a few tankers headed the other way could actually start to limit supply and could send prices much higher.
Josh, again, with the pretty impressive move we've seen over the last month that has built in a lot for this, why do you think the bigger gains that we saw in the overnight market have not followed through this morning? I mean, we just heard from Colonel Jack Jacobs that it's very unlikely that the Iranians would do something with the Strait of Hormuz. That seems to be the accepted wisdom from most military analysts on this front.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a little confused by that. I'm not a military expert, but it appears that the Iranian regime is in a corner, and it's possible that they pretend this away. But to the extent that they don't pretend this away, when they turn internet back on in country, they're going to have a lot of explaining to do to their people in terms of what they did in response to the U.S. bombing their nuclear facilities and in response to Israel bombing their important regime-related locations and bombing their missile capacity and so on. And so as you sort of force folks into a corner, especially folks with a more sort of radical ideological bent, they're more likely to take extreme actions. Their ability to launch attacks on the U.S. military and on Israel and so on seems to be getting reduced through Israel's phenomenal success from a military perspective. And so as they have a reduced capacity to engage in sort of conventional warfare, it seems increasingly likely that they would engage in economic warfare. And when people say close the strait, I don't think it's possible maybe for them to close it 100%, but if they started, or if through one of their terror proxies, they started to sink ships or attack ships, we saw when the Houthis did this, it didn't take very many attacks before shipping activity fell substantially. So I think you can see a substantial reduction in the traffic through Hormuz, which would effectively cause the shock that people were thinking. Why did the price fall? Well, Iran hasn't done much yet. So we'll see. What I just said is a theory, and we'll see if it plays out or not.
All right, Josh, thank you. Josh Young.
Coming up, a lackluster showing for Disney's newest Pixar movie at the box office over the weekend. We'll see who won. I don't even know. Who's Elio? Is that the name? Yeah. Remember we used to be excited about Pixar. Bugs Life 2.
You used to have younger kids.
Oh yeah. But I like
We were a little more desperate for content
I like
at
the
that time.
Ratatouille.
I did too, but now you're seeing different movies.
What do you say? That's true.
Scott's grown up.
That's true. Who won? Who lost? All that after a break.
C+.
A tough weekend for Disney at the box office. Its new Pixar animated feature, Elio, took in just $21 million in North America. That's the worst ever opening for a Pixar film. Doesn't help that either one of us, I'd never heard of it.
Nope.
Zoe Saldana plays Aunt Olga. I know who she is. Cost at least $250 million to produce and market. At the top of the box office was How to Train Your Dragon from Universal Pictures. taking in $37 million. It has now grossed close to $360 million worldwide. Comcast owns Universal Pictures and NBC Universal, and of course, today is the parent of CNBC.
Interesting piece, by the way, by Matt Bellany overnight about whether Pixar, which has always done original films, meaning that all the IP that they use is their own IP. They never thus far have gone the Barbie route.
Right.
And whether, and apparently in the last couple of years, they have not managed to score a sort of massive killer new film on an original basis. And the question is whether they should,
A Toy Story. Or,
right, and whether they need to start using some of the IP in the library that Disney owns to try to take it to the next level. It was an interesting sort of idea,
Is Lasseter?
but I think it's sort of a
John
cultural.
Lasseter still there?
No, I don't think he is.
And they struck lightning in a bottle. I think there's no lightning left. That's like 1890 when they wanted to close down the patent.
Remember they have
There's
cars.
nothing
I mean, you could
left.
go down. There was a long list.
Ratatouille, there's nothing left.
No, but
Bug's Life.
they created it.
That's what I mean.
Right.
There's nothing left to create, and things like that. It's done.
Famous last words.
That's what they always say. But I just, Toy Story, Bugs, let me just think. You had the talking rat. It'd be hard. It's hard to strike lightning, but it's easier to do a
Well,
sequel.
then the question is, should they go do a Barbie? I mean, that's really
Much easier to do a sequel, or someone else.
Yeah, they had the animated technology, but they were so good at the creativity.
They were.
That
I thought,
was
who knows? That could have been two guys that are gone, two people, and now they're gone.
But a lot of the argument is that if you look at like some of the stuff Universal's done, Super Mario and other things,
Right, it's been very successful based on
taking other IP.
beloved IP.
Exactly.
And redoing
Not
it.
making it new.
All right, when we come back, more of today's top stories, including Tesla launching its robo-taxi service. Squawk Box will be right back.
free shipping.
Five things to know ahead of today's opening bell. The full extent of damage to Iran's nuclear program unclear after U.S. strikes on the country over the weekend. But in a post on Truth Social last night, President Trump saying, quote, monumental damage had been done. Now, oil prices spiked when they opened for trading last night. Stock futures fell, but both of those moves have now reversed. Brent and WTI aren't moving much, and stock futures are higher. Meantime, Tesla beginning its robo-taxi service in Austin, Texas, carrying paying customers in cars without human drivers. The company did have human safety monitors inside the cars. And Apple reportedly considering beefing up its AI technology with a big acquisition. Bloomberg says the company's executives have talked internally about bidding for Perplexity AI, though they haven't contacted Perplexity management. And the Oklahoma City Thunder beating the Indiana Pacers last night to win the 2025 NBA championship. The Thunder tied 1996-97 Chicago Bulls for the third most wins in any season.
Surprised you were a Pacer fan. You can go
Indiana.
Oklahoma.
I lived in both those places. We
Right.
did have that discussion, but I was so impressed by what the Pacers did. They were the underdogs.
Right.
OKC was phenomenal. I respect everything they did, but it was also awful to see.
I mean, Oklahoma, all they really had were the Sooners before that, right? I mean, it's nice to
And
get
we're next to
a
Tulsa.
professional.
Yeah, I'm thrilled.
They were
I
into
loved them when Kevin Durant was there.
Those people were into it.
They were. I'm happy for them, but it would have been nice if Halliburton hadn't gone out 7 minutes in
Right.
to see what really would have happened.
Some-
Right? To see
and what-
these two great teams.
I saw all three. I saw his three-pointers, and then I went.
Incredible.
What do you make of what I
watched
argue
it
is
go down. It
the
was-
business problem the NBA is now facing?
In terms of
The ratings. So the ratings for these finals have been an abomination, and there's an argument to be made. There was an interesting piece. There was an interesting piece in the New York Post that said the headline literally was, "This goes beyond small market problems," which is to say whether the interest in either the NBA and/or every kid with their phone watching just the clips aren't engaging in a live way.
Might be, but
I don't
different
know.
this time. But
Playoff
the
series?
demise of the NBA has been greatly exaggerated about
I think
10
so
times.
too. Yeah, the part of it. Look, I think they should call more fouls in the playoffs to see some big players go down like they did, and get these really terrible injuries that are probably going to keep them out for the next season. This was an Achilles thing that Halliburton went down with too. Second time that's happened in the playoff where you have one of your star players go down like that. I'd love to see them call
It
some
is
more
physical,
fouls,
yeah.
and in the playoffs
Like
they don't call as many
football
fouls.
It's almost
right?
like football.
And that's terrible to see some of your key
More
players go down.
quickly.
It used to be the quarterbacks you had to protect. I think in some cases you got to protect.
But you gotta figure out a way-
Granted, they were non-contact.
You got to figure out a way to
down.
make the ratings work, because the truth is, for example, by the way, our parent company just spent a fortune on NBA rights,
Yeah.
and you can't make the math work
The Knicks went
if you
so
don't
far. It
have
was
enough
amazing
people
to
watching.
watch. But I think it is a small market problem to some extent.
That's what it was this time.
I
Definitely.
like what. Remember what was happening when the Knicks were in it for so long.
Yeah,
Right.
Timothy Chalamet and Ben Stiller.
Yeah, but even
Front row.
then, the
Yeah.
ratings were not. If you
No.
go back and look, the ratings were not off the charts. It just didn't. I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure what's happening, but something is happening.
It,
Interesting proposition.
be good to play some defense during the regular season.
I just want them to play defense during the All-Star game.
I was going to say the
Running
All-Star
and
game
gunning.
was a fix.
Yeah, that's right. Running and gunning.
Yeah.
Coming up, the Wharton School's professor, Jeremy Siegel, is going to join us on the market reaction. Or really not much market reaction to the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear program. A reminder, get the best of Squawk Bots in our daily podcast if that happens. Follow Squawk Pod on your favorite podcast app and listen anytime. We'll be right back.
Futures are muted this morning. This after the U.S. conducted strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. For insights now on how this could play out in the markets this week, I want to bring in Jeremy Siegel, Professor Emeritus at Finance at University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business, also Chief Economist at Wisdom Tree. Good morning to you. I think there were a lot of people worried over the weekend about how the markets might react this morning. They seem to be reacting actually quite well. I know that you've been a little bit negative, and you are normally quite positive. So I'm curious sort of how you're reacting right now.
Well, certainly you're right. If you went to bed Friday and then you woke up this morning and looked at the markets, you would absolutely say, well, nothing happened over the weekend. It really was quite remarkable. I think it's a balance of things. I mean, first of all, we don't know how much damage was done, but at least we didn't crash in the desert the way we did 45 years ago when we tried an operation in Iran. I mean, it was successful that way. Israel's taking out, Iran's offensive capabilities was, quite impressive. I think everyone's saying, what is the next step? First of all, we're looking at the Gulf of Hormuz. If you look at Polymarket, and I just did that, they give a 23% probability that Iran will try to close the Gulf, but that is by July, so that's only 7 or 8 days away. They say there's still a low probability. But I think the question is, what is Israel satisfied with? Is this what their final goal is, or is there more? And what are they going to do about it? Should we push our attention towards neutralizing the Houthis and bringing back shipping to the Red Sea and ensuring the shipping, of course, in Hormuz? I mean, and those are questions that I have going forward. But I think that sort of, we did a successful run. Listen, whatever damage was done, I think most people agree they are farther away from producing a bomb than they were on Friday. And that's positive for the markets and, positive basically for eventual settlement in the Middle East. So that's sort of offsetting the fear, well, what will Iran and its proxies do? And, I don't know when we're going to get an answer on that. Maybe conversation will turn back to the Fed and the tariffs, which certainly dominated the news before the Israeli strikes.
Right. I think the question that folks in the equity market are trying to grapple with is sort of either this is a massive success, in which case you would think that this has actually put us in a much better place and therefore maybe longer term there's more security, or this puts you, and I don't know where Jamie Dimon's thinking about this morning, but he's talked about the risks in the system for a very long time. And now if you think that there's a prospect of retaliation, if you think that there's the prospect of something happening in the Straits of Hormuz, or by the way, how this affects even the negotiations over trade and other things that China's going to have with the U.S., which I think is a whole other story, whether that adds to your list of anxieties.
Yeah, but I think you said, both things have been enhanced. The probability, hey, this is a success to neutralize Iran. That's positive against the risks of retaliation, which is negative. Well, so why you're seeing the market really flat is the positive and the potential negatives have sort of both gone up at the same time, and the middle has shrunk on that. I mean, a show of force such as Israel did and the U.S., also might give China some pause on what its potential intentions are for Taiwan. That's a longer run issue that we know is on the table. Just a show of successful military action is considered a show of force and positive for the U.S. That's a positive action too. So I think that you have this balance of these positives plus the fear of what Iran is going to be, balance each other off right now.
Does that mean sit on your hands? I mean, usually there's
Well-
the reason why the market is flat is because there's some people on one side taking a very strong bet that things are going higher, and some folks are saying, I'm not playing along.
Well, I'm actually, I believe there are positive trends. I've said now for, more than a month that the market believes that it could deal with a 10% general tariff, 30% on China. If it doesn't get worse, no going back to Liberation Day rates, they think they can negotiate it. And, I'm not surprised at the positive trend. In fact, I would not at all be surprised to see in the next couple of weeks, again, assuming no big action by Iran, which, by the way, would bring about a big reaction from the U.S. And really, debilitate Iran. Saying that if that does not happen, then new all-time highs in the S&P are certainly attainable over the next several weeks.
And would you just be, to the extent that you're long this equity market, are you broadly long the market, or is there something specific you'd be thinking about?
Well, it's my thesis that, that AI is going to be one of the forces that is going to offset, or firms are going to use to try to offset the higher prices that the tariffs are imposing on them. They're going to try to increase efficiency by saying, hey, what can I use in AI? Because many experts say they are underutilizing AI, but now they're going to have to with the tariffs. So, but that doesn't necessarily mean pile into the AI suppliers. Maybe it's time to pile into the potential users who have an ability to actually increase efficiency of their operations through artificial intelligence more than they have. So, I'm not saying the Mag 7, it's a time to give up, but there are, everything from financials down to, non-tech firms saying, all right, now's the time. I need to save costs. Tariffs are here now. And, the best way to do it is try to see what kind of efficiencies I can do by using AI. And that could increase margins offsetting the pinch that we have from tariffs.
Professor Siegel, always great to get your perspective, especially on a Monday after a weekend like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
When we return, much more on the impact of this weekend's U.S. strikes on Iran for the economy and for the Middle East region. Former Bush administration foreign policy advisor Dan Senor will join us. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC.
those who serve.
Bank of New York Mellon reportedly approached Northern Trust last week about a potential merger, according to the Wall Street Journal. The report says that the company's CEOs had at least one conversation, but the firms didn't discuss a specific offer. The journal's sources say BNY is considering its next steps, but Northern Trust has no interest in pursuing a deal with BNY so far. Northern Trust has a market cap of around $22 billion, while BNY's is about $66 billion.
Coming up, the economic angle. What does America's new involvement in the Middle East mean for the U.S. economy? Steve Leisman is going to join us on that after the break.
EC Plus.
Well, this morning, investors are trying to game out the economic impact of this past weekend's U.S. strikes on Iran. Our senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman, joins us right now with more on that front. Steve, good morning.
Morning, Becky. Yeah, muted market reaction to the military action in Iran suggests the possibility of a muted economic impact, but it will add to the potential for greater uncertainty and inflation already created by tariffs. The result could be to further stay the hand of the Fed, which had been waiting for the haze of tariffs to lift before acting. An oil price shock, if we have one, can have a similar stagflationary impact as tariffs, raising prices and reducing growth. According to a 2015 study by the Dallas Fed, $10 more on a price of oil per barrel can reduce U.S. GDP by 0.1 to 0.2. And according to the IMF, that would increase or come with a 0.1 to 0.3 increase in inflation. But of course, that doesn't appear to be happening now. Alex Manzera, he's a fixed income specialist or option specialist at RJ O'Brien, writes this morning, it's somewhat amazing that almost no market is showing a net change from Friday greater than 50 basis points. Probabilities for Fed rate cuts largely unchanged. The chance of a rate cut for both September and December around 70%, where it was pretty much on Friday. Here are some of the oil price shocks that we've seen in the past. Iranian Revolution up 166%, the Gulf War 128%, all the way down to the Arab Spring. You can see it seems to get much more muted than it was in the past. Since 1991, it is hard to find an oil spike that caused an increase in core inflation measures, meaningful one, excluding food and energy, and that's what's closely watched by the Fed. Still, there remains concern. Joe Busuelas of RSM writing this morning, if short-term inflation expectations continue to increase, a real risk considering the events of the weekend, what should have been the continuation of the Fed's easing of interest rates could turn into a waiting period. Now, markets have to wait and listen closely to congressional testimony this week by Fed Chair Jay Powell, 2 days this week out in front of Congress. Powell's been wary of tariff impacts, and that could extend to his worries about a potential oil price shock. Becky?
Hey, Steve, I don't know what time period those oil shocks that we've looked at in the past. I guess the lowest one on that list was the Arab Spring. That was up 24%. But if you look at WTI over the last month, we're already up 20%. And that's because this morning we were talking about it with another analyst. We have seen wells that have been shut in, so the supply has come down. And that's just producers saying, hey, we're not going to produce it at these levels. It doesn't make sense. So you've already seen a pretty decent spike. Actually, it's 21% over the last month. And I guess that raises questions about how much higher it goes from here, people waiting to see what happens. But we have seen an increase over the last month. It's pretty significant.
No doubt. And I think the problem with that, and we've talked about this before the weekend events, is that you have had some tariff impact in the CPI. That's been offset in part by energy impacts, which have gone down over the past month or so. There have been negative numbers on energy. If that reverses, the tariff impact could come to the fore again. That's the reason to stay the Fed's hand. But what I'm talking about, Becky, this morning was just the relative move when it came to a specific event. And yes, it is up as a result of beginning with the Israeli conflict and then what the U.S. over the weekend did. But in terms of the actual level, it feels like we've been here before, $73, $74, and not really that big an impact in terms of 80 or 100 or even higher, which is some of the worst case scenarios we were reading about.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to watch, but the numbers that you cite, like with the Iranian uprising in 1979, that was up 166% from over the period of a week, over the period of a month. Like, how long are we talking?
Some of those happen very quickly. Some happen over a period of time, and sometimes they come down, and sometimes they went flat. The bigger story right now, Becky, is there isn't an actual potential supply problem, and that's because we have so much domestic production right now. People don't worry about where that next barrel of oil, whether or not we're going to be short a barrel of oil. Of course, the Straits of Hormuz are a very serious issue if that closes. But right now, that is not the way the market's trading, for sure.
Definitely not. Steve, thank you.
Pleasure.
It is just past 7 a.m. right now on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Andrew Storkman, along with Joe Kernan and Becky Quick on this Monday morning. Stock futures right now relatively muted following this weekend's U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. Dow Jones just off about 6 points. NASDAQ up about 16, and the S&P 500 looking to open about 4 points higher. On Truth Social last night, President Trump said the mission was a success. He said, quote, monumental damage was done to all nuclear sites in Iran, as shown by satellite images. Obliteration is an accurate term. In the meantime, Iran and Israel have continued to trade air and missile strikes since that U.S. attack. Meanwhile, Iran saying the U.S. mission expanded the range of targets for its armed forces and that it, quote, reserves all options to respond. Crude prices briefly jumped to the highest level since January. That was above $78 for WTI, but now have since pulled back just a little bit this morning.
Let's get some more reaction from Washington this morning. Emily Wilkins joins us for that. Emily?
Hey, Becky. Well, yeah, D.C. is waiting to see what Iran does next. But for now, Republicans on Capitol Hill are widely supporting Trump and the attack, with top Republican leaders backing the strikes. But we're going to get a better sense this week of where lawmakers stand when senators are going to vote. They're going to be on the record on whether Trump needs to get approval from Congress if he wants to continue to use military force. The measure from Senator Tim Kaine, it was actually introduced more than a week ago at this point, but it would require Trump to get congressional approval before military attacks on Iran. And senators, including Lindsey Graham, have backed up Trump. They said that Trump did have the power to authorize the attacks, but not all Republicans are necessarily united on this. Senator Lisa Murkowski said on X that while she did back the limited strikes that we saw over the weekend, she said that if it is clear this is becoming a wider conflict, we must remember that Congress alone holds the constitutional power to authorize war. Over in the House, you're seeing Congressman Thomas Massie say the strike was not constitutional. He's co-sponsoring a war power resolution in the House that's similar to Kaine's in the Senate. Other lawmakers also raised some concerns about the constitutionality, including Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, a close ally of Trump's. She took to social media to break with the president, tweeting that every time America is on the verge of greatness, we get involved in another foreign war. And then she added later, "This is not our fight." Lawmakers return to D.C. this evening. They're expected to get a briefing on the strikes tomorrow, but the main focus on Capitol Hill, it's really likely to expected to remain on that Trump mega bill and the tax package. Senators could begin to vote on that bill this week. Remember, that package does include $150 billion for defense spending as of now, and we'll be watching closely to see if any changes are made as a result of the attacks. Becky?
Emily, just to the tax package, it sounds like they are still counting to see if they can get the votes through the Senate before they decide to start the vote this week?
That's part of it, Becky. The other part is, remember, the process that they're using, it allows Republicans to get this done without any Democratic help, but it has a number of other rules they have to follow. Everything in this giant 1,000-page package has to have a budgetary impact. And so what's happening right now is a process where the Senate parliamentarian goes through the items and says, okay, you can include this, you can't include this. That AI moratorium that we were talking about, she has approved that for the package because that is tied to broadcast spending. But a couple of other items, including SNAP funding, SNAP cost sharing with states, have not made the cut.
I don't know if I'd say some Republicans aren't on board. I'll trade you one Fetterman for one Murkowski any day, and then you throw in Thomas Massie. And even Murkowski didn't say she was against. I mean, you can't even get Murkowski to say she was against the initial strikes. Just we got from here on out. So I don't know. I don't know if I characterize it like that.
Yeah, Joe, I mean, I think in a certain degree, you do see a lot of lawmakers, and heck, there are even Democrats who were praising what was done with the particular strike. I think the question is what comes next. And I think that's one of the big things that I know in D.C. and probably across the country, everyone's waiting to see today.
And it's well known how often, President Obama dropped quite a few bombs. It's just rich. That's been pointed out. I'm not even going to go into it because we've seen historically a lot of, I think we've had 150 conflicts and maybe actually had a war resolution, 8 times or something. So it's rare to do it, but thank you.
Yeah, you're right. It hasn't always been used for a number of wars. You can go back and kind of track that Congress has not always given approval. But, it is coming up, and I think it's very interesting because obviously not every lawmaker posts their opinion on X, so we can only go with those who have made public statements.
You couldn't have done this.
It'll be very interesting this week when they get back.
You couldn't have done it. You couldn't have done it. You couldn't have done the strike if you got a resolution from Congress. It would have been, it couldn't have been a surprise. It would have leaked if you tried to get all those people together to vote. But thank you, Emily. Coming up, what do we got coming up? More on the muted market response to the U.S. military strikes in Iran and what to watch in the trading week ahead. Later, a live update from White House Economic Advisor Kevin Hassett. Squawk Box will be right back.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Stock futures muted this morning. This after the U.S. bomb nuclear sites in Iran. Joining us right now is Jason Thomas, head of global research and investment strategy at Carlyle. Good morning to you. I think there was an expectation, at least over the weekend, that things might be a little bit more jittery than they are. What's your take?
Well, we have tariffs, trade wars. We have a tax, fiscal situation in the United States now, of course. Geopolitics.
Right.
It's a lot
a laundry list of
and I think what actually is hardest to understand is how these things interact. And so, it's not terribly surprising that there's not strong conviction to sell. And I think that's really all we're seeing today. It's wanting to get more information, and I think not only hope for that the Iranian nuclear program is neutralized, but also perhaps some expectations that if things deteriorate, there will be some easing up of tariffs and tariff risk.
Are you in the camp, though, that there won't be any kind of real retaliation? Because I think that for the market to be where it is today, you have to believe that this was some kind of one-and-done situation.
I really don't know. Again, I think that it's the interaction of all of these uncertainties. And I think that there's this hoped for, if things deteriorate and if the price of oil were to spike, that would be a time where you would not want to intensify the inflationary pressures with tariffs.
We're back to, market's at 22 times earnings again. It's up 25%. And
to me, the bigger concern is not where the market is. It's that bonds no longer hedge stock market risk. They did. It worked very well for a long period of time. But that was a time when the Fed, other central banks, didn't have to worry about inflation. So, if you go back to after the GFC, the Fed, anytime the economy hit a rough patch, anytime there was a sell-off in stocks, you could be sure that there'd be another round of QE with the express intent of driving down bond yields. So this, of course, gave rise to things like risk parity trades, where you could hedge your stock market risk with leverage positions in bonds.
So what's the new hedge?
And are you more worried about inflation than a growth slowdown?
Right now, what we see, I think that over the last few months, prior to the onset of tariffs, there was this sense that there was some sort of mechanism that automatically causes consumer prices to rise in proportion to tariffs. Of course, we found out that's not the case. You need management teams to actually increase prices. They've been reluctant to do that. Part of that, I think, is just they're worried about demand in their markets. The increasing prices, losing volumes, you're no better off. I think part of that is uncertainty. They think that why do I want to have difficult conversations with my customers if I think in 2 months' time these tariffs may not even be in place?
Did you watch Waller on Friday?
I think that
Waller said even if, number one, what you said, the companies haven't done it for whatever reason. Number two, even if they do it, it's going to be a one-off. It's going to be either way.
That's the risk is the Fed. Let's be honest. It's a very dovish institution. Right, it historically
has not been recently.
Well, but yes, of course, there was some cleanup to do after 2022, and
right.
they were heroic during that time. But
we're still fighting the inflation battle that might not.
But look at last year; they cut by 100 basis points without any material deterioration in economic activity of the labor market. So they generally want to get ahead of any problems in the economy. In this case, they can't do it because if you preemptively cut when you expect a price level to increase because of tariffs, you're risking second-order effects. You're risking a relative price increase from tariffs actually broadening out. So I do think in this case, he thinks that those data will be evident by July. I think more likely September. But at some point, if they have to wait in this case to actually see genuine deterioration in the labor markets, and when they do, they'll act.
He said good cuts starting in July.
He did, and
good
I think,
cuts, not slow down fear cuts,
reason,
but
right.
yeah,
Well,
starting in July
but
and
this
continuing
is still,
for.
And what he also said was that he thinks the neutral rate is about 3%. I'm surprised that people still think that way.
Well,
I expect.
you differ with him. You just.
But I expect rates to oscillate around 4% for a long period of time. That means if you have a slowdown, rates will go down 3%, but that will be in response to a slowdown. I think what we've seen over the last few years is that the biggest change in the economy, in my view, is that we once had these massive cash generative businesses, mega cap tech, that used to be really asset-light businesses. They could generate $100 billion of cash from operations. Maybe they'd reinvest 10. Exactly. So now they're moved in a very different direction. There's now this competition for capital that imperils the treasury market. I think that's why we have still upward pressure on bond yields, even though they look high relative to the last 15 years. And I think it's something that is also creates this inflation risk. What's so interesting about AI, we always talk about the future. We talk about what this means for the labor market, for productivity, for disinflation. In the short term, it's consuming much more resources. It's actually putting upward pressure on inflation because of this massive CapEx boom. An example of this, when you think about construction employment, you think this would be an awful time to be a construction worker. You have a peak to trough decline of 30% in housing starts, similar to decline in commercial real estate development, and yet construction employment has grown at twice the rate
still a lot
of
of
all
infrastructure
payrolls.
money that's working.
That's exactly. It's because of AI. It's because of data centers, and that has offset any slowdown related to those interest-sensitive sectors.
So back to, if you think the bond market is no longer the hedge for the equities market, what is?
It's private markets, and the reason I say that, it's because of the change in the demographics of public companies. So over the last 20 years, it's well known that there's been a 50% decline in public companies, but of course, the companies operating in the United States have increased substantially since that time. The US economy, 3 times larger. What's missing from the US stock market today is largely what you think of as middle market or growth stocks. And as a result, you have a equity market, stock market, that involves larger businesses, it's more concentrated, and it's more correlated. So of course also dominated increasingly by passive flows like ETFs. And so it's the diversification on the equity side, but then also I think the pickup from the liquidity premium on credit.
Small businesses have not done well, Russell 2000, and that's because those small companies, I should say relative to the S&P 500 or to the big cap.
They're not attracting the inflows.
They also have tougher time dealing with some of the regulatory issues or the tariffs or things that come through on some of those. But big tech and big cap have been far more attractive.
Again, I think it is very much related to the...
Does that continue or does that stop?
I think it's something that when it goes in reverse, we're going to see the losses among those companies as well. So what's been interesting over the last 5 years is that increases in passive flows have actually led to more concentration in the stock market. That is, the larger stocks have outperformed smaller businesses. So you had historically this size premium. Smaller businesses outperformed their large cap counterparts. That's reversed over the last decade. And that's something that, again, it's very much related to the changing structure of the market. And should those flows reverse, I think that's where you're going to see the drawdowns.
We gotta go. There's a lot of good stuff, but I don't know what to do when it's all over.
Well, I can help you get into some private exposure so that you can diversify away.
I can avoid the ups and downs.
Well, it's funny when you think about the Russell 2000 as an example. In that drawdown in April,
right?
They did not sell off based on exposure to tariffs or regulations or other factors.
This is a longer debate. You need to come in another time because the bigger question about privates.
Yeah.
And yes, you don't have the ups and downs, but you really should be. In reality, you should be. It's sort of a fake situation.
You're saying, but this is the thing, that it's not fake. There's nothing fake about it. As an example, in April, the drawdown.
Right.
The most liquid quartile in the Russell 2000 sold off 4 percentage points more than the least liquid quartile. Why did that happen? Because in those shocks, investors sell what they can, what's easiest to sell. So these liquidity-driven increases in volatility, of course, they're of no consequence to private markets because those, the volatility of an asset is partly a function of the markets in which it trades. And in those markets where it's arm's length transaction negotiated over time, of course, there's not going to be.
But if you can't get out of it, then
talk to Harvard.
But that's the liquidity risk, right? So no one should minimize that. No one should minimize that. Right now in the markets, you have unwanted duration extension. Less money is coming back.
I hate that.
Right, you bought assets in one interest rate environment.
You have an open invitation to come back so we can actually talk about private versus public markets.
I'd love to. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it.
What was that? Unwanted duration? What?
So
Just the term. What was it? Well, you got to go.
Unwanted duration extension.
Right. I've seen that
What I'm saying is
in the ads. You got to call a physician if that happens. Anyway, thank you.
All right, when we come back, we're going to talk about the potential responses to the U.S. strikes in Iran. Kareem Sajapour has an op-ed in the New York Times this morning titled, "Where Does Iran Go Now?" He will join us next to talk about that. Squawk Box will be right back.
C+.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Our next guest warns that the strikes on Iran could spark a dangerous escalation rather than bringing the conflict closer to resolution. Joining us right now is Kareem Sajapur, Carnegie Endowment for the International Peace Middle East Program Senior Fellow. And Kareem, I think some of the ways we've described this are probably less nuanced than your actual opinions on some of these things. Everything I've seen and heard from you indicates that we're not really sure what this means yet. We're going to be looking to try and look for a lot of clues. What's the first clue that you're on the lookout for?
Well, you know, what's really important right now when you're trying to decipher the health of the Iranian regime is to look at any signs of elite divisions, elite fissures. That's usually one of the prerequisites for regime vulnerability, regime collapse. And what we've seen in Iran is that it's a regime which has been decimated and humiliated. Its entire project in the Middle East has gone up in flames. Israel took out Lebanese Hezbollah, the Assad regime in Syria collapsed. Their nuclear program, which was more than a $500 billion enterprise, has been destroyed, certainly in the near term. And then you look at the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, one of the longest serving dictators in the world. He's living right now in a bunker. He has limited bandwidth at age 86 to be leading this very high-tech war. And many of his top military commanders have been taken out. So he's living under siege. And all their options for retaliation could do more damage to them than they could do to their adversary. If they attack oil installations in the Persian Gulf, if they want to go after US embassies or military outposts or rain down a missile barrage on Israel, you know, those could be the equivalent of like a suicide bombing. They'll do damage to others, but they may not survive in the process. But what we don't see are signs that this is a regime which at the moment appears on imminent verge of collapse.
Is that because even though logic would dictate that they maybe capitulate here, that logic is not necessarily what you would follow in these circumstances?
So the supreme leader, as I said, age 86, he's been ruling since 1989. He hasn't left the country since 1989. So if you've been ruling that long, you're not a gambler, you're not suicidal. So on one hand, he has these survival instincts which have kept him in power. At the same time, he's someone whose entire life has stood for resistance and defiance. And he's always believed that when you're under pressure, when you're being threatened, if you compromise and take a step back, that will actually embolden the adversary. The adversary will take a step forward. So his survival instincts and his defiant instincts are in tension with one another right now. And the population in Iran, I would argue, probably more than 80% of the society really dislikes this police state, this theocracy, which has really brought the country to enormous economic hardship. But at the same time, right now, the Iranian population are more observers than they are participants in this war. They're thinking about their immediate security and safety. Waging political protests is not top of mind for people right now.
You know, their proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, have been severely damaged and weakened. A lot of people say that October 7th in Israel was the moment of miscalculation, where they thought they were going to be having some huge impact, and everything has turned as a result. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. You know, all of us as human beings were befelled by what the ancient Greeks called hubris, right? Flying too close to the sun. And in the case of the Islamic Republic of Iran, after the US invasion of Saddam Hussein in 2003, it created a power vacuum, which Iran filled very effectively. And they filled those power vacuums in other failing states throughout the Middle East, in Iraq, in Yemen, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Gaza, 5 Arab lands. It was Iranian proxies that were dominating. And that they were able to sustain that for almost 2 decades until October 7th, 2023, when Hamas invaded Israel. Iran overreached. Iran was the only country in the world, only leadership in the world to endorse Hamas's invasion. And they thought that this could lead to the eradication of Israel. And what's since transpired is that we're talking now not about the eradication of Israel, but about the potential eradication of the Islamic Republic of Iran, which came to power in 1979.
the question would be what happens with their supporters, that regime's supporters, that would be Russia, North Korea, China. Do any of them step into their defense? Because it has not looked like it to this point.
You're absolutely right that so far those partners of Iran haven't been able to step in a meaningful way. Russia is fighting its own war in Ukraine. For China, their relationship with Iran is very transactional. They need oil and gas. Iran sells them that. China is not necessarily doesn't have a huge stake in the survival of this current Iranian system. They just want to buy Iranian oil. So, ultimately, it's not going to be foreign powers who either save the regime or save the population. Frankly, that's not something which the Iranian regime's backers can't save it, but neither can countries in the West, democratic governments who would love to see Iran transition from revolutionary government to representative government. Unfortunately, that's not something we can manufacture from outside. That has to be Iranian civil society themselves who lead that transition.
And where would you look to see, indications of what would come next from the population?
What happens oftentimes, as history has shown in authoritarian transitions, is that they're not oftentimes popularity contests, but brutality contests. Meaning, in my view, if Iranians could determine their own future and it was a one-person, one-vote election, they would, as I've always said, much like to be a country like South Korea, not North Korea. They want to be open, economically prosperous. Iranians are very patriotic people, so they want to be sovereign and they want to be part of the outside world. But just because there's a popular will for that, and in my view, it's an overwhelming popular will, doesn't mean that those kinds the popular will prevail. So often we've seen, especially in the Middle East over the last 2 decades, we saw this with the Arab Spring, that it's those who are highly armed, organized, and willing to kill who can oftentimes prevail. And in the Iranian context, you're looking at security forces, intelligence forces, aspiring Iranian Vladimir Putin's or Iranian Sisi's, the Egyptian leader. So that is oftentimes what happens in these authoritarian transitions.
Kareem, thank you very much. We appreciate last week and this week your guidance on this. Kareem Sajapur.
Thank you. Anytime.
Thanks. Coming up, a check on this morning's market movers outside of geopolitics. That means Don Chu. I don't know if you saw anything yesterday, Gulf related, but we might touch on it. And then later, Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen joins us on the U.S. strikes in Iran, the tax and spending bill battle, and much, much more. Spark Box will be right back. futures have worsened a little bit, but it's still not a lot happening there. It's just, Bitcoin. Andrew, I don't know what that is.
Which?
Well, Bitcoin is certainly not digital gold, but even gold is not gold. Gold's not doing much either. Let's get to oil. Let's get to Dom Chu with a look at this morning's pre-market movers. If you slept through the weekend, you'd be like, yeah, that's what Jeremy Siegel said, Dom. Not a whole lot going on.
Well, and what's interesting about this too is outside of kind of the direct impacts of the Iran, Israel, and U.S. now escalation, there are still stories, guys, outside of that direct impact that are moving things around. So let's start with, for instance, shares of Tesla, right, this morning. They're higher by just about 0.75% after the company launched its highly anticipated robo-taxi service in Austin, Texas just yesterday. The first trips are being limited to a small part of the city, with riders including investors and social media influencers who've kind of live streamed some of their trips, as you've seen. They've also included front passenger seat riders acting as safety monitors, though it's unclear how much control they actually have over the vehicle. Nonetheless, though, relative positivity for Tesla on the robo-taxi in Austin. Then we got JP Morgan out with a note this morning initiating coverage of the entire gaming sector. Among the top picks there are Penn Entertainment and Caesars. JP Morgan is starting those with overweight ratings. DraftKings was initiated at overweight and a $50 price target. Those shares are down slightly in the pre-market. And MGM shares are lower after they started coverage at a neutral rating and a $38 price target. But generally speaking, we're seeing a little bit of positivity across those gaming stocks. And let's finish with a check on shares of Estee Lauder. They're higher by just about 2% after being upgraded to a buy from hold over at Deutsche Bank. The analysts there say the company is diversifying beyond China and has fulfilled investments to enhance its supply chain. Deutsche also raised its target price on the stock to $95 from $60. That's an implied 26% upside from Friday's closing levels. Now, for more on that and other top calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Check out the banner on the bottom right there. You'll get all the access to detail and analysis behind those big calls and stories. Joe, guys, Andrew, Becky, I'll send things back over to you.
Yeah, Dom, I never produce anything, but I said we got to have a Keegan Bradley. Have you ever watched him? He's a very easy guy to do an imitation of because he's a total nerve ending. Did you see him though on 18 when he knew? Well, first we look at this. I don't know whether that's 9 or 15, but to get back into it, I think that might have been 9. That looked like it was about 60 feet, and then 15 hit a 35-footer. But then he's down one, and you figure Tommy Fleetwood, who's on every leaderboard, almost every tournament, but never won the PGA. But watching that, Keegan birdies and Tommy Fleetwood bogey, so there's not even a playoff. But they started chanting USA. That's like, here's the Ryder Cup captain beating an Englishman, right?
Yes.
Tom? And they start, and you know what's coming up on Golf Channel and NBC. I think it's the 25th through the 27th of September.
I think it's that last week in September. And by the way, I had a chance when I was at the Players Championship earlier this spring to watch a fireside chat between Rory McIlroy and Keegan Bradley, talking a little bit about the Ryder Cup dynamic and everything else. It's going to be a spectacular move. But for Keegan, what I think is interesting about it, first of all, Tommy Fleetwood is going to get it soon enough. I just don't know when it's going to happen. I thought it was going to be there. With 4 holes to go, you would have thought it was going to be a playoff. And then, of course, that happened on 18. The other thing I would point out is if you look at Keegan's Ryder Cup standings, he has a very legitimate case to be a playing captain, given his point.
Playing himself, not picking himself.
Not picking himself, just
playing himself onto.
And by the way, I think that he is somebody who had been an outsider to the world of golf for a long time.
Except for his aunt.
Except for his aunt, but he had a chip on his shoulder because he didn't come up the same way. He used to be a skier, competitive skier before he did this. I think he always kind of saw himself as an outsider. But I think he is feeling the love. Yeah. I think he is feeling the love of the tour, so excited about how this came about. To be named the captain, and it's so great to see him flourish and come in like this.
And he's a New England guy.
I was going to say he's a salty New Englander, and having lived in
Connecticut,
I'm not sure.
He's a Johnny.
He spent some time out in Colorado. I think
he's a Johnny.
I think he spent some time out in Colorado but all part of skiing on this, but not where you normally see. Oh, it was St. John's because you don't see big golfers come from St. John's when you're playing up here. You don't get to golf all year.
And those 2 kids hat on backwards, and it was Bethpage Black too. Billingham.
And by the way, the Travelers has produced some of those crazy moments, right? On the last hole, Remember Jordan Spieth holding out that bunker shot?
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yeah.
And it's like an arena type. It's almost like where is that in Arizona where they have that par 3? I mean, there's a lot of people there.
Yeah, like TPC Scottsdale, and then you got the Travelers at TPC River Highlands. All these TPC courses, they tend to be fun venues. I guess.
You know a lot, Dom. I know you can always you're always ready too for.
Well, when it comes to golf, I am, and maybe some of the markets every once in a while.
Yeah. Thanks, Dom.
You got it, guys.
Coming up, former Bush administration foreign policy advisor Dan Senor is going to be with us. Talk about the potential responses from Iran to the U.S. bombing over the weekend. Somebody who's got smart thoughts for us always on these topics. And as we head to a break, take a look at shares of Novo Nordisk. The latest trial results on its experimental obesity drug continue to fuel investor concerns about its ability to compete with Eli Lilly's pipeline. In the last few minutes, Novo now saying it is terminating its collaboration with Hims and Hers Health and will no longer offer direct access to its weight loss drug Wegovy on that platform. And look at Hims and Hers Health right now.
Remember how they spiked when they joined?
Right, that stopped down about 15% in large part because originally they were making their own version of this.
Yeah.
Then Novo said, no, we're going to go after you. The FDA said, we don't want you doing this. Then they made this deal. Now the deal coming undone. We're going to try to dig into what's going on behind the scenes when Squawk Box returns. Squawk Box. Nearly 36 hours ago, we learned that the U.S. bombed 3 nuclear sites in Iran. And for some insights now on what comes next, implications for Israel and the U.S., and options available to Iran and its supreme leader. I want to bring in Dan Senor. He's a former foreign policy advisor in the Bush administration, host of Call Me Back's podcast, and it's great to see you this morning.
Morning.
As we try to understand what comes next. So let's just start with this, the retaliation issue. What do you see happening next?
Look, we knew that Iran was on a path to a nuclear weapon. We knew that Iran is the foremost state sponsor of terrorism in the world, which poses a threat to the United States, the West, and Israel. We know it has these projectiles that it can fire off to Israel and to other U.S. allies and assets in the region. But what we don't know is what Iran can actually do now in a world in which, and consider the following, its air defenses are basically knocked out. Its proxy system, Hezbollah, Hamas, are all basically wiped out. Its economy is a basket case. There's internal opposition to the regime. Now, whether that turns into a revolution or an uprising remains to be seen, as you guys were talking about with Karim Sajapur. But at minimum, we know it's not clear the population is rallying to the regime. So for the regime to take action now, you just sort of look at, like, what are their options? There aren't many. Do they, I hear people speculating that they have sleeper cells that they could activate around the world. It's not clear what they've been able to actually effectuate.
Do you believe
the last
there are
few
sleeper
years.
cells?
I mean, I've heard reports that there are. I don't have any firsthand knowledge of it. But keep in mind, after the first Trump administration took out Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, we kept hearing that these sleeper cells were going to be activated. Now, there were threats against leaders from the former Trump administration, from the first Trump administration, including threats against President Trump, Mike Pompeo, John Bolton, and others. But nothing has been executed. So is that because of incompetence? I mean, one thing you can look at with regard to Iran over the last few days is just sheer incompetence. So maybe it's incompetence, or maybe the U.S. has been on high alert and been headed off.
One of the questions about competence is, do we believe that they were able to hide any of this nuclear material? Meaning, did we get it all? Did we get some of it? Did we get none of it? And how are we ever going to figure that out?
Yeah, so we don't know. We don't know right now. I have a feeling the Israelis know a lot more. Prime Minister Netanyahu has sent some messages in some of his press engagements that there will be information that will be forthcoming about where that 400 kilograms of enriched uranium is. I would just say this, though. For Iran to build a nuclear bomb, what do they need? They need the infrastructure, the facilities. Those seem largely decimated, or at least substantially set back.
They're scouring the grad schools right now for physicists.
Right. Two, they need scientists, they need the knowledge, and Israel has systematically been killing the knowledge over the last week and actually over the last few years, so there aren't the scientists. And three is the process. I mean, if you have some enriched uranium, can you activate the process and turn that into a nuclear bomb? That takes time when you don't have the infrastructure and you don't have the experts. So 2 of the 3 have been removed. I don't know where that 400 kilograms
And if it's not 300 feet down, I guarantee Mossad's going to be looking for it and trying to...
Well, that was my question. Do you think that there's now going to be people from either Israel or elsewhere physically inside this
Looking
country
for the 400
trying to either find it and trying to literally eliminate some of the other scientists or others that would be otherwise engaged?
I think that what the Iranians have learned over the last week is the Mossad, that their country, Iran, has been crawling with Mossad agents. There's a joke that has been flying around on Telegram and other platforms in Iran because no one has seen the supreme leader in days, Khamenei. And so there's been big questions. Where's Khamenei? Where's Khamenei? And they said the only people who know where Khamenei is the Mossad, because the Mossad is like everywhere. So do I think that Mossad has some capabilities? I don't know for sure, but I suspect if you look at anything, if you consider anything about the intelligence
which then gets you
capabilities
to
of Israel.
the big next question then. If we're talking about where is he, do you believe there will be regime change?
You
And
know,
what do you think Israel's doing, and what do you think the U.S. will do, and how does this all play?
I don't think the U.S. or Israel will pursue regime change. I don't think they need to pursue regime change. The regime is weak. The Iranian regime right now has 2 choices. Either they try to retaliate and will provoke such a dramatic response from the U.S., even more dramatic than we saw over the weekend, that the regime could collapse, or they could lay low. And then many in the regime, many in the country will wonder why. The regime has been telling us for the longest time, if the U.S. did anything approximating what it just did on Saturday night, the regime would come back so ferociously. So where's that ferocious response? And that could, if there's not a ferocious response, that could invite people within the country to start pressing the regime.
Somebody we talked to earlier this morning said maybe you wouldn't see I can't remember if it was Kareem or someone else, maybe you wouldn't see, maybe what would happen is the IRG would come in and kind of take over things. So it would be changed, but not necessarily for the better.
Yeah, I think it could be a weaker state. I mean, that's what you need to think of. Is like, if you look at other countries in the region, could Iran be on a path to becoming Oman,
or Yemen,
Right.
or just a country that is just a weak state. And I think that is the most likely scenario right now. Now, that could change.
Before we hit the regime change, or just one little follow-up to you on if we find out that they still have some form of nuclear something,
Yeah.
okay, is it then incumbent upon the United States to continue going after that or not?
I think between the U.S. and Israel, there will be a sustained effort to keep going. Keep in mind,
Is the U.S. part of that, or does Israel just
Yeah,
take
so
that
keep in
piece?
mind, Israel right now has total air superiority. They are in control of the skies over Iran. So, I mean, I've spoken to journalists in Israel and those in the Israeli security system who sit there saying, over the last week, it's like a candy store. They know where a lot of Iran's capabilities are, and they're sitting there thinking, wait, we should take this out, we should take it, because they just have total control of the skies.
And you think that's just going to happen for the next couple of weeks? They'll
Yes.
just keep taking everything?
Indefinitely. I think that'll be for some time. I don't see the Iranians restoring their air defense capabilities, certainly not now. But the question is, even if the U.S. did not take out the entire capability, we know at a minimum it's been set back substantially.
Right.
So it was weeks, possibly days away from being able to hit that threshold where they could have a nuclear weapons capability. And I think at a minimum today, we are years away from Iran having that capacity.
And Iran without a shiny little object is not the same Iran. And I don't want to talk about startup region, but you wrote your book, Startup Nation, about Israel. When an expansion of the Abraham Accords and I don't know, some cooperation and some acknowledgement that Israel has a right to exist,
Yeah.
and then a move to come into the 21st century. Does it ever happen?
It's a great question, Joe. Why did the Abraham Accords happen? Why did the Emiratis and the Bahrainis, to name two, want to partner with Israel? Because they saw Israel as a technology superpower in the world, as we wrote about in Startup Nation, an economic superpower in the region, and a military and intelligence juggernaut in the region. October 7th punctured that last part, military and intelligence juggernaut. Suddenly all these Arab countries started to say, wait a minute, maybe Israel's not all that. I think what we've seen over the last year, go back to the pager attack almost a year ago, and then what you saw Israel do against Iran in the last week, suddenly the perception of Israel as this military and intelligence juggernaut is back, and I think you're going to see more and more. And there's another key component. When you talk to the Saudi leadership, they have said for the longest time they want to work with Israel. They want to normalize with Israel, and they want to isolate Iran. They were worried about U.S. leadership. They were worried about, look, if we go out there on a ledge, is the U.S. going to back us up? And I think what they saw over this past week, that is why what President Trump said in his press statement on Saturday night was so important. He said, Israel and I, Netanyahu and I, were a team. We are a team. And that sends a message to the Saudis, do you want to join the team?
Interesting question about team, though. In terms of Iran going forward, who is on their team? Is Russia on their team? Is China on their team?
Yeah.
I mean, look, China's been propping up this economy by buying its oil for a very, very long time. Similarly, we have a Russia situation. What I don't know is, in terms of replacing all the missiles that they no longer have, giving them planes, all of that.
Iran had been supplying Russia with drones in the Russia-Ukraine wars.
Right. And so
Russia was the dependent child.
But does somebody start supplying them with stuff?
I'm highly skeptical. I think, if you think about it, the United States has four key enemies, adversaries in the world today: China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. 3 of those 4 countries have a nuclear weapon. The 4th was on a path to getting a nuclear weapon. Moscow and Beijing just watched the United States for the first time.
Right.
We've tried so many diplomatic efforts over the last couple of decades to get countries, which we're going back to 2006, trying to get North Korea diplomatically to not get a nuclear weapon. Moscow and Beijing have just watched the United States say, we are willing to use military power to stop an enemy from getting a nuclear weapon. So I think Moscow and Beijing now are on their back foot saying, now this is a new world, and it has implications not only for who may help Iran, and I do not think Russia and China will help Iran. I think it has huge implications for how China now thinks about Taiwan. Now they have to start thinking, wait a minute, if Trump is willing to do that, what else is he willing to do?
I mean, I can't believe it survived 46 years in a repressive regime, really, that's living hundreds of years ago in the way it's doing things. I can't believe it lasted 46 years, and I think it's just from its own weight going to implode eventually. It only exists to serve itself, not for the Iranian people.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
What does it exist for?
We saw in 2009, we saw a real, the revolution brewing against. Obviously,
They
in
have guns. That's
in the last couple of years, we saw this women's movement brewing. So There's something going on. There's a big part of Iranian society that's secular. It's a very educated young
It was
society.
in 1978, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, I will say that what blows me away is you go back almost 40 years when Iran was responsible via Hezbollah for the slaughtering of 241 Marines. So leave aside what the Iranian people want. The U.S., we have been living, when I was in Iraq, Joe, this was a normal thing. We knew Iran was responsible. What we now know is the slaughtering of almost 1,000 American military
Every
personnel
time I
in Iran.
see wounded warriors and I see those, the guy giving a salute, that's an IED that these MFs made.
Right. Right. So I think that's the idea that this regime, we knew they were trying to build a nuclear weapon through 4 presidencies, through 4 U.S. presidencies, and we basically didn't have a plan. We were trying diplomacy, it didn't work, and now it seems like we have a plan.
Dan, thank you. Great to see you. I appreciate it. Squawk Box coming right back after this.
Happy with it. It's 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin, and we are following the latest developments in the Middle East after U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. The extent of the damage still unclear, but this morning the UN's atomic energy chief said that Iran's Fordo enrichment site is expected to have significant damage. GOP leadership telling NBC News that Senate Republicans are trying to move President Trump's tax bill through their chamber as early as this week. Tonight, lawmakers are expected to discuss the reconciliation process. And NEC Director Kevin Hassett will join us later in the hour with the latest on the tax bill and much more.
Tom, I want to take a quick look at futures right now. Things down now. Before we had a little bit of a better picture, but nonetheless, you're looking at the Dow off about 60 points right now. NASDAQ off about 8 points. The S&P 500 off about 3 points. It had been light earlier. For more on the markets, want to get straight over to Mike Santoli at the NYSE this morning. What's happening here?
You know, modest moves in either direction, up or below the flat line, Andrew. Futures twitched lower at the open last evening, down about 0.5%, but generally not dramatic moves. And the equity market is not going to necessarily over-extrapolate any impact for the weekend's events if the crude oil market is relatively calm. And that's been the case so far. Equity's not seeing too much immediately to reprice. Part of the reason is we've been kind of churning in this familiar zone for a little while. It's not as if the market was way out on some kind of enthusiastic edge coming into this weekend. So you see here under 6,000, 59.60s. This is basically, 0.5% above where we closed on November 6th. We've been at this level for about 5 weeks. And you see it basically is this consolidation zone after that big rebound rally that we got. One effect of the last few weeks' events, beginning probably with the Israel attack on Iran, is that non-U.S. markets have given back some of their outperformance. So this is all equity markets except for the U.S. And you see it kind of burst above the S&P 500 at the start of this year. And then it has now come in much more than the U.S. equity market has. So that sort of shows you a little bit of maybe hesitation about that global trade. We're also seeing some firming in the dollar. Did want to point out movements within the industrial sector, as you might expect, and maybe we've been talking for a while. Aerospace and defense has been one of the strongest parts of the market. That's the ITA. That is about 26% of the overall industrials ETF. That's XLI. So clearly the big source of upside performance there. IYT there, that's transportation. And that's about half as big within the industrial sector as aerospace and defense. You see really lagging here. I would also point out Uber. It's been one of the biggest upside pushes in the industrials as well. It's like the third biggest holdings in the XLI. It's 4% of it. So while it's a good economic signal to have industrials performing okay, and they still have been, it's not necessarily the most economically sensitive parts of the industrials that's working. So clearly with expectations about conflict, but also general defense budgets going up, the ITA has been the upside leader.
Okay. Mike Santoli at the NYSE. We'll be seeing a lot more of you today. Thanks.
FedEx founder Fred Smith died Saturday in Memphis of natural causes. Smith was a revolutionary business leader. He dreamed up the idea of FedEx while he was a student at Yale University. He wrote an economics paper on it, and his professor gave him a grade of a C. But that didn't deter Fred. He raised money from family and friends, and he started the business at the age of 26. Growing FedEx from its inception in 1973 to the largest transportation company in the world with more than 500,000 employees and annual revenue of about $90 billion. FedEx now averages 17 million shipments each business day. Smith ran the company as CEO for over 45 years with an incredible attention to detail. He stepped down as CEO in 2022, but he remained executive chairman. Fred was still incredibly active, both at FedEx and beyond. I moderated an interview, a panel with him at the Business Council just last month. It was a conversation with Fred, Chris Kempczinski of McDonald's, and Larry Culp of GE Aerospace. He was a vocal proponent of both global trade and tax reform. In fact, I just spoke with him a week ago, and he had planned to come on for an interview in August as we got through the summer on some of this. Smith was an American through and through. He routinely credited his time in the Marine Corps, where he served two tours in Vietnam, for why he was so successful in business. He was friends with former President George Bush, who yesterday put out a statement about Fred saying, "My Yale fraternity brother loved America. He was a citizen, not a spectator. I twice asked him to serve as Secretary of Defense, and he declined twice only because of his devotion to family." In a message to FedEx employees, the CEO, Raj Subramanian, called Smith more than just the pioneer of an industry and the founder of our great company. He was the heart and soul of FedEx.
Mm-hmm. One of the greats.
We did the show down there in Memphis 20 years ago, probably. And he's just an amazing guy. I told you this story. My daughter was on, and she was a little kid. She had her camera. She didn't become a photographer, but he saw her on, and his beloved daughter, Wendy, who passed, he gave Blake a subscription that I think she still has for a photography magazine. Just seeing her, having seen her on TV, he was such a kind, gentle man. And I remember in 1973, Just the idea, I was in high school. Well, it was like, you can't do that.
Right.
The post office loses money every single year. You can't make a for-profit company that replaces the post office. It's impossible. And watching it happen was mind-boggling.
The post office was
Mind-boggling.
ultimately replaced.
Yeah.
We'll look back, and Fred will have been the one who did it.
Just the idea of thinking that you could do that is insanity. And great ads, absolutely positive. And the FedEx guy.
Well, he made a cameo in the Tom Hanks movie too. You remember Wilson?
Oh yeah, right.
Castaway,
Right.
the movie, because that was a pilot on a FedEx plane that crashed. They used FedEx for that, and he actually made a cameo in the movie. I mean, this guy has defined American business. A huge American.
Too young too. I thought
He was 8
with
years
what
old.
he did to still be a young guy. I consider 80 to be a young guy and to have founded that. But he was 26 years old. Just phenomenal.
Yeah.
Professor gives him a C. Perfect.
And to think
Follow
of
your
those,
dreams.
those who
Lead it
can.
yourself.
Those
to
who
think
can.
all the way up until about a decade ago, it did all run through Memphis. Basically.
Yeah, right.
Maybe
And-
what 10, 15, 20 years ago, it was literally every package went through one place.
It
It's an amazing thing.
really was.
Fred Smith will be missed greatly. He was 80 years old.
It says here Bitcoin's rebounding, I guess maybe, based on whatever close. It did drop below $99,000 mark. That was yesterday. Joining us now, it doesn't feel like it's up $2,000. Anthony Pompliano, founder and CEO of Professional Capital Management. It kind of slowly just has been selling off for about 3 weeks, I think. And last week it got worse, broke under 105 all the way down to 99. I mean, I know what you're going to say. When there's things like this going on, people sell what they're able to sell, and it's pretty liquid.
Yeah, look, I think that over the weekend, we've now seen throughout this year multiple geopolitical events have transpired on Saturday or Sunday. The traditional markets are closed. Bitcoin is 24/7 global and liquid. And so people do sell what they want to sell. Now, we see that stocks are down this morning, and I think that many assets will get sold when people are able to sell those as well. But also, I think that a core function of Bitcoin is not only the accessibility, but it is the volatility. And what you're seeing here is that people are reacting, whether it's positive or negative. Bitcoin just moves more. And ultimately, if you look over the last 90 days, Bitcoin's up 15%, and it's up over 50% in the last year. So I think Bitcoin investors are very happy that they're continuing to see volatility.
I would just think that the overriding theme of the past 2 months, though, has been cool inflation and more dovish comments coming at least from some members of the Fed. That's what Bitcoin wants, isn't it? I mean, rate cuts, QE, anything that increases the number of dollars out there. The big beautiful bill is going to add how much? I mean, all these things seem like they're playing right into Bitcoin's wheelhouse. It was up to 110,000 from where it was at 17, 2 years ago? 17,000? It wasn't that long ago. So it's come a long way, but it is, and you can't look at it the way I'm looking at it.
If you think about that volatility, Bitcoin was down, $75,000, $76,000 just a few weeks ago.
Right.
We're back up over $100,000. And so again, it's the volatility of Bitcoin is what is attractive to a very large audience of those holders. But also, I think that the large pools of capital now realize that it is big enough for them to allocate to. And that's where you're really seeing kind of this adoption, both on Wall Street and at the nation state level. And I think that's only going to continue.
And that's going to be for the original reason, and that is as an alternative to fiat, and there's only 21 million. Because stable coins based on the dollar, if they're real and have 102% backing with treasuries or however they want to do it, that could, seems like, they put it on Ethereum or whatever you put it on, that could take the usage case away from being a big benefit for Bitcoin, couldn't it? If Bitcoin was stable, get up to, let's say it gets up to $1 million a coin, which I'm just...
Well, Bitcoin is stable. Bitcoin is stable, right? One Bitcoin equals one Bitcoin, and I think what you're seeing is the Bitcoin dominance.
I know, but you don't want to use it necessarily. You don't want to buy a pizza that's worth $1 trillion in 10 years. So it's not being used for that yet. You could use stable coins the same way, couldn't you?
Yeah, well, I think what people are doing is they're saying, I want to hold the things that will be valuable in the future, and I want to get rid of the things that aren't going to be valuable in the future. So they're literally selling the stablecoin. They're saying it's not going to be valuable in the future, and they're saving and holding the thing that's going to appreciate in value, which is Bitcoin.
Okay, so those are different usages then for Bitcoin. Bitcoin ever become the way that transactions are done around the globe instantaneously?
People already do that to some degree. I think it'll continue to become more and more popular.
The question is, in a stablecoin world, does it erode the value of Bitcoin in that regard? Meaning, to the extent that people want to be able to move money from place to place to place.
Yeah, well, I think
that's part of the argument about what Bitcoin's able to do.
I think right now we still live in a dollar-denominated world, and so people are pricing the assets in dollars, and so people are going to spend the dollars to buy those goods. As you see more and more organizations start to price things in Bitcoin, which is a big if, but if that happens, then you will see Bitcoin become the medium of exchange, because now what you're doing is you're taking away that exchange rate or that volatility in dollar prices.
Okay, different question, just about your own life.
Yeah.
So you're going to have now the Pompliano empire between the SPAC, which you're working on, between this effort, between your media efforts, how are you going to devote yourself to these different activities?
Yeah. Well, today we're announcing what is the largest initial fundraise for a publicly traded Bitcoin treasury company in history. We've raised over $750 million. It's a $1 billion merger with the Columbus Circle SPAC. And the idea here is we want to really be successful in the financial services sector. And so if you think about this ProCap SPAC, that is a dollar-denominated vehicle to go and do an acquisition. The ProCap Financial is the exact same thing. It's a publicly traded company where we can go and we can acquire Bitcoin. Right. And so I think that is where my entire career has sat. I sit at the intersection between the internet and the Bitcoiners and the institutional world. We've been very fortunate to have a lot of institutional investors participate in this round. But also, I think that there is a dollar-denominated world and there's a Bitcoin-denominated world. And what I want to do is continue to sit at the intersection of that and provide ability not only for myself and our shareholders.
Are you operating these businesses? Are you effectively the CEO operating them, or are you going to have teams that are doing this for you? How's this going to work?
Some of the different vehicles, obviously, we will hire entire dedicated teams. In the private market, that's what we've done. We own a lot of businesses. We have CEOs and executive teams that run those businesses. I will be the CEO of ProCap Financial, which is the business combination with Columbus Circle. And what I believe is the opportunity there is you're able to acquire Bitcoin, but then not only just acquire Bitcoin. Buying Bitcoin and allowing it to go up in price obviously has been a successful strategy, but I believe that the future of these companies is going to be how do you build revenue and profit, the financial services on top of that. No different than if you look at the traditional financial service firms. They have a balance sheet of dollars and they go and they build these financial services on top that drive revenue and profit. I think that you still have to build a business on top of a big pile of Bitcoin.
Very good. All right, Paul. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right, still to come this morning, the CEO of Gilead Sciences on the company's breakthrough injectable HIV prevention drug. Squawk Box will be right back. Well, the world has a new wonder drug for preventing HIV/AIDS. The FDA approving Gilead's injectable just a few days ago. And joining us right now exclusively to talk about this is Gilead Sciences Chairman and CEO Daniel O'Day. Dan, welcome. Thank you very much for coming here. I know that this is something you've been working on for a very long time. I think we've been talking about it for over a year at this point. But this is Gilead's focus to try and bring new drugs and hopefully eventually eradicate this disease. What is this latest injectable? Why is it better?
It's a milestone moment, Becky, in the history of HIV. Yes2Go is potentially the best tool we've had yet, and a number of great tools that could potentially end the epidemic. And the reason why is this is a first of its kind medicine for preventing HIV that's given only twice a year. And in clinical trials, it provided almost 100% protection against HIV, which is really unheard of. So it's one of the most important scientific breakthroughs of our time that could help millions of people. 20 years in the making by Gilead scientists that have really made it their life's work to end HIV.
I mean, there are pills available for this at this point. Why does the injectable work better? I mean, I would almost prefer a pill. What's gone on with that?
Yeah, the issue is that it's difficult to take a pill, particularly when you don't have a disease. In fact, only about 50% of people that are taking pills today, and it's only about a third of the population that is defined by CDC, are compliant on their medicine. And particularly with a virus like this, if you're not compliant, you can have breakthrough cases of HIV. So we needed to create a medicine that kind of met people where they were in terms of prevention, and twice a year meets people where they are.
You go into the doctor's office every 6 months.
Correct.
You get the injection. I didn't realize we still have 30,000 new infections a year in the United States of HIV, 1.3 million worldwide, and that there are 400,000 Americans who are using some of these preventative options right now.
Yeah, it's really, I don't think it's spoken about that much. There's more than, to your point, 700 new cases in this country a week, and about 100 people sadly die of HIV-related illnesses. And importantly, you know, although it's everywhere in the country, there are certain pockets in the country, particularly the South, the southern United States, states like Texas, Louisiana, Georgia, Florida, where the rates are rising disproportionately. Amongst women account for about 20% of new HIV cases in this country, about 50% globally. And Black and Latino men in the South are also more vulnerable. So this is a public health crisis in this country and around the world that Yes2Go, we believe, really can bend the arc of the epidemic moving forward.
You want to give it to everyone, but it's expensive, and you don't know about insurance. What's $28,000? And when would and it's got the 12-year protection? How long? When would it? When would a generic be available?
Yeah, it's got you know, basically the normal patent protection, 12 to 15 years. But let me say something about the price, because I think that's important. We price this roughly in line with other PrEP medicines, branded PrEP medicines, similar to the medicine we were just speaking about. And yet it provides significantly greater benefit for patients. The other thing is that, you know, because of the economic, beyond the human impact, the economic impact of preventing an HIV illness in this country, what can cost as much as $1.1 million lifetime costs. This is highly covered by, PrEP medicines that exist today are highly covered by insurance companies, more than 90%. And Gilead also has programs for those that are uninsured or that need support for their copay. Equally important, Joe, is the fact that we've got programs to help people outside the United States, because if you don't stop this virus everywhere, you don't stop it anywhere. And so we've entered into licensing agreements with 6 generic manufacturers immediately after this news last summer that will provide medicines to more than 120 low and middle income countries. And Gilead's also going to work with global aid organizations in a gap period of time, because it takes about 2 years for those generic companies to get up and running. At no profit to Gilead for about 2
The
minutes.
most favored proposals from the Trump administration that have any, so you would have generics being made in other countries then, but not here for 12 years. So
That's
once
correct.
again, there'd be really cheap versions other places, but not here, which immediately raises the ire of all the politicians. And
Yeah, the most favored nations, first of all, I'd love to talk about that. It's really not geared towards the low and lower middle income, under-resourced countries. It's really geared towards countries that are more economically similar to the United States. So I think that is why we're so focused on getting these generic medicines to countries around the world.
You mentioned that, you know, most of these PrEP, these preventative measures are covered by insurance, but the Supreme Court is watching a case right now that could overturn those requirements. What would happen if that's the case? If the Supreme Court says that insurance companies no longer have to pay for some of these preparatory preventative measures?
Yeah, look, we think that prevention is the best way to help people in this country and economically. So, regardless of that court hearing, what we've seen in HIV in the past is that there's broad coverage for these medicines, particularly because of the human and economic impact for the country. So we believe that it's really important that PrEP services, which is preventing HIV services, are available to folks, and that's been the case both through private insurers and government insurers in the past. So we're fully dedicated and committed to making sure that these programs are available. And there are many safety net services for HIV in this country as well, beyond perhaps particular insurers, because of the nature of this disease.
Following up, just in terms of who's going to use it, I mean, we go back to the drugs that are, like Zepbound and other drugs today. People say, okay, those are great drugs, but they're injectables. Why can't we have a pill version of it? Why does this work in the opposite direction?
Yeah, well, I think that what people want is to have something that helps prevent the disease and then they can forget about it. So I think there's a bit of a different motivation here. People don't want to take a daily medicine when they don't have a disease. I think that's different than some of the other medicines that you just articulated. What they want to do is go into a clinic, get protected for 6 months, come back in 6 months' time, get a test to make sure they don't have HIV. And again, with this medicine, it was nearly 100% protective against HIV. So what they want is to have an intervention and then forget about it for 6 months. So that's different than some of the dynamics associated with the other medicines, as you mentioned.
Dan, some activists say that a lot of the HIV prevention work done by the CDC has been largely dismantled by the Trump administration. Is that true?
Well, I think what's really important is federal funding here and state funding has been really important for HIV services in this country. And I spent a lot of time in DC, as I know a lot of folks that are involved in HIV have. And while there is clear disruption to some of the systems, obviously in HIV in this country and around the world, what I'm seeing is continued support for core services related to diagnosing the disease, linking to care, surveillance of the disease. In fact, the early draft of the president's 26 budget has support for those services and even calls out this kind of twice-a-year prevention as one of the most important things to invest in to end the epidemic. Because at the end of the day, if you really want to have this be economically more self-sustainable in the future, what you need to do is eradicate the disease. And you only eradicate the disease by preventing the disease more effectively than it is today. There's only about a third of people that could benefit from prevention that are on prevention today. And then that you treat everybody that has the disease to a level where they can't transmit the disease. And we have medicines also where as long as you treat the disease and you reduce the viral load to undetectable, you can't transmit the disease. So that's how you kind of dampen an epidemic in this country and around the world.
What do you see more broadly, just in terms of your negotiations in Washington, to try and make sure that drug companies can still charge what they need in order to do the innovation here?
Well, I think what's really important here, what I agree with this administration on, is that we have an issue in this country about what people pay for their medicines out of pocket. It's higher than most other aspects of healthcare. And so we have to address that. And we're in dialogue with the administration and with Congress around this. But let's be clear, I mean, this is also the only country in the world where 50% of every dollar, or 50 cents on every dollar, goes to people that don't invent or discover the medicines. So let's start by making sure that that system is addressed in the United States, that the discounts that we provide to insurers are passed along to patients.
Are you talking about the pharmacy benefits managers?
I'm talking about, middlemen in the system. So I think it's really important that we address that, while also encouraging other countries, of course, to pay more for innovation. I think both those things can be true. But we have to make sure that we don't disrupt the system that created something like Yeztugo, which is more than 20 years in the making. I mean, 4,000 molecules were screened to find this. It's true innovation made here in America that we have to make sure we continue to support.
Dan, I want to thank you very much for coming in today. Daniel Day from Gilead.
I remember the cocktail was 3 different ways of trying to prevent replication of HIV, right?
Yes.
Which one does this do? One specifically, protease?
This is a brand new mechanism.
But
so
it totally prevents the viral replication.
Nearly 100% protective. Well, it's different than the way other medicines have worked in the past. So instead of stopping the replication, this actually attacks the capsid protein that encapsulates the genetic material of the DNA. So it stops HIV from ever infecting.
Which is, by the way, you have to be HIV negative to be taking this drug. We should be clear on that as well.
Correct.
Once you have the virus, you can't take it. You have to get tested beforehand because you could build up a...
That's correct.
Yeah,
that's correct.
That's the word I'm looking for. Resistance.
Exactly.
Dan, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Still to come, NEC Director Kevin Hassett and reaction to the bombing of Iranian nuclear sites. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen is going to join us live from Oklahoma. He's probably happy. Rockcroft, be right back.
With Oklahoma.
Washboardjim.com today.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Take a look at the futures right now. It's still not moving around that much. Dow off right now about 37 points. The Nasdaq up about 6 points. You look at the S&P 500, close to unch, just slightly down. Meanwhile, oil hitting a 5-month high, though. The overnight session in Asia, traders are tracking potential risks for crude, including possible retaliation from Iran to this weekend's U.S. airstrikes on Iranian nuclear sites. WTI crude at 73.69. Coming up next, we're going to talk to Kevin Hassett, the National Economic Council Director. We'll get the latest on the reconciliation bill that is sitting on Capitol Hill. He'll be at the White House as we head to a break. Check out shares of Trump Media, the company just announcing a $400 million stock buyback, and that stock moving this morning up about 5%. We're coming right back after this.
Who get it done.
Following the strike on Iran, President Trump quickly turned his attention back to his economic agenda, writing on Truth Social, great unity in the Republican Party, perhaps unity like we've never seen before. Now let's get the great, big, beautiful bill done. Our country is doing great. MAGA joining us now, White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett. And because of the news over the weekend, Kevin, I guess before we talked about the big, beautiful bill in a vacuum, just talk about it. Is there any connection, relationship, influence, effect that the weekend's events would have? Because I could come up with some if I was really pressed to. On the big, beautiful bill and the unity of the Republican Party.
Right. Well. So far, the American actions have been extremely targeted and have not really disrupted global oil markets. If you look at the excess reserves that oil-producing countries have around the world, it's maybe about 3 times as big as total Iranian production. And so there's a lot of room to adjust should we need to. And right now, that's, it's an open question, but it seems like the targeted move by the president has the desired effect of ending the nuclear program without leading to much oil disruption. But again, if the Iranians decide to do something a little more aggressive, then there's a heck of a lot of excess reserve out there.
And I'm not implying that the president didn't have a firm hold on the Republican Party and members in the Senate and the House prior to that. But, we don't know on the ground exactly what happened in Iran yet and how successful. It looks very successful at this point, obviously. But I would almost think that could make the president, I don't know, even have more ability to get wayward members in line on this bill, perhaps.
Well, let's just put it this way, that we spent last week speaking with members of the Senate, members of the House. I'm doing a dinner talk tonight, and I think that we're highly confident that we have the votes to get it through the Senate, through the House, and get it signed by the 4th of July. And highly confident is really based on person-to-person conversations. I know that there's some people that are still holding out for this or for that, but I think the president is highly confident that we're going to pass this bill, and we're going to pass it by the 4th of July.
Well, that's right. I guess the devil's in the details. So, do you get the SALT people in the House? Do they vote yes, even if there's no increase in the SALT cap? Do you get some of the more moderate senators to go with a Medicaid with Medicaid provisions that are stricter, or I don't know, they cut more from Medicaid than the House plan? How do you do that? How do you wrangle all the cats?
Well, what's going to happen? You might recall right at the beginning of this that I think we might have even announced it right here on Squawk in January. The president said that we're going to follow the Big Six design that he used the last time to get the tax bill, where the Treasury Secretary and I meet with the Majority Leader, the Speaker of the House, and the heads of the 2 committees, and we meet regularly, a little bit more than every 2 weeks, and have a collegial, off-the-record discussion about what's it going to take to make this bill pass. I think we've built the social network, the relationships between the House and the Senate that we need, so that everybody can figure out, okay, let's get something through the Senate that we can pass in the House, and they're negotiating kind of as one body as they do that. And I think that it is the kind of unity I've never seen before in Washington, and a great credit to really the organizational design, the deal-making design of President Trump.
If you had to guess, Kevin, you think it would be, when it's all said and done, will it take it further, some of the deficit reduction, well, or not reduction, but some of the spending cuts? Would it be more like the Senate version when it's finally done, or more like that the House didn't seem to have quite the bite that the Senate is going to have? Who do you need to convince? Who's going to be a tougher sell, the Senate or the House?
We need to be where they all agree, and you're right to cover it that way, Joe, that they're working it out. They're working it out with a really, really fast time frame. I'm expecting that we're going to see the final deal by midweek, and perhaps see it voted out of the Senate this week, and then be on, path for 4th of July. But yeah, right now we're respecting the legislative process. The president made clear what his red lines are, like no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and so on, making his tax cuts permanent. But around the edges, of course, the SALT people and a few other people are going to have to, get a little bit of what they want in order to get the votes that we need to pass. But we're very confident that process is working very collegially, collaboratively, and moving forward quickly.
Hey, Kevin, I wanted to sort of pivot back to the tariff trade discussions that the administration is having with other countries, specifically, though, China, and how you think the situation with Iran impacts that, given that they have been allied or at least partnered economically on that front, and also the Taiwan situation, and how you think this either says something or doesn't say anything about where we stand.
I'm not a foreign policy expert, Aaron, and the thing I could say is that we've got Secretary Bessent and Jameson Greer have been in constant contact with the Chinese, looking at getting the rare earths and the magnets to the people in the U.S. that need them, so that we don't have a disruption in the U.S. supply chain. And we've had no communication from the Chinese that suggests that the deal that we had on the table, both in London and Geneva, is off the table. And so it looks like they're spectators right now, and that they're keeping their word as well as they ever do, I suppose. But yes, they're agreeing to the Geneva and London agreement still.
I don't like that other Sorkin, honestly. Yes, I like Andrew much more than that than the Aaron character.
Kevin and I have actually known each
I know.
other.
I know. It's easy to forget. It's easy to forget. It's easy to forget.
It's 90 degrees out here, guys. You can see.
I know. I'm not blaming. I just decided this time I'm gonna do it. And,
you should do it.
Yeah, because I like it. You know, it's definitely Andrew. Who
Andrew.
Far and wide, career-wise, I think there's been a. I mean,
he's in the West Wing. He's in the West Wing where the real Aaron Sorkin was living.
In his dreams, exactly.
Right.
That's what I mean. If that's the way the West Wing really was, God help it. No, that's a crazy show. Waller on Friday and talking about inflation and the latest inflation numbers that we've seen. Kevin, we don't know. We're thinking that there's going to be an effect from the tariffs that's still coming at some point, which the Fed is using as the reason, for being wary about inflation and maybe, I think Waller said he thought the neutral rate was 3%. If the neutral rate really was 3%, we're too high. And I'm just wondering, how would you characterize this economic environment that we're in right now? Is there a slowdown in growth coming? Is inflation are we going to see a couple of hot prints when the tariffs finally filter through to these numbers? Or are you with the president? We could go down 100 basis points easily.
Waller and the president are right. If you look at the inflation numbers right now, we've got the lowest inflation by any measure. Forget about core or this or services that. Everything's the lowest measure we've seen in over 4 years. I think the growth is at a sweet spot. It's about to really lift off once we pass the big beautiful bill, but lift off with supply side stimulus, which is deflationary. And so I think there's no reason at all for the Fed not to cut rates right now. And I would guess that if they see one more month of data, they're going to really have to concede that they've got the rate way too high, as President Trump and as Waller have implied.
I did not know that White House National Economic Council director, there's a West Wing. Kevin has his own wing.
I know he does.
You showed me 10 days ago, and I was in shock when they have like an intercom to talk to. It's amazing. Has it always been like that, or did it expand when you got in there, Hassett?
No, it's been the same space since Larry Summers and Larry Kudlow and everybody were there. Larry Lindsay had the same office I had.
All those Larrys.
All those Larrys.
Oh my God, that's right, 3 of them.
Yeah, my name's not Larry. It causes some confusion.
Exactly, like Aaron and Andrew. There's
there we go.
It's 90 degrees. We do have to cut it something. We do have to cut it.
It's hotter here.
And he's in a suit.
He's in a suit.
That's right.
Yeah. Don't take that jacket off later.
Don't mix me up with that other Joe, that other morning Joe either.
Oh yeah, that would be awful.
the Johnny Come Lately morning Joe. Thank you, Kevin. See you later.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Up next, Oklahoma Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, as we head to break. Here's a check on Novo Nordisk and Him and Hers, which is the weirdest company. Is it a bald company, an EB company? What is it? And where are the hers? What do they do for the hers? Baldness? I think they do. So, I don't. You know what? Let's not talk. Terminating its collaboration, Novo is with Him and Hers.
Novo was the one who said no more.
And for fat people, so fat, bald, impotent people.
Right up your alley.
Yes, right up my alley. I will no longer offer access to its weight loss. Not anymore, damn it.
Walked right in.
Yeah, I did. We'll be right back.
in theaters July 2nd.
Welcome back to Squawk. For the latest on the bombing of Iranian nuclear sites, we are joined by Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, a member of the Armed Services Committee. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Andrew.
Let's just get your reaction to what took place over the weekend, and also your reaction to some of your colleagues in Washington, some whom seem very happy about this and some who do not.
Well, one thing you'll know is senators have a strong opinion about no matter what takes place up here. The truth is, President Trump is leading through strength. You can achieve peace through strength as long as you use it in the right way. We're not at war with Iran. What we are trying to do is make sure we can have peace. You cannot trust a regime that is a world sponsor of terror, who has been chanting for 40 years death to America, who has killed over 1,000 American citizens or service members over the last 40 years, either through proxy or direct. And you cannot have peace if they achieve a nuclear weapon. You can have peace with them if they can if they don't have a nuclear program. And so what President Trump has done here is he's made an opportunity for us maybe to be able to negotiate peace with them if the regime chooses so. But I can't express this enough, Andrew. We are not at war with the Iranian people. In fact, the people of Iran, I think we have a very good relationship. It's the regime led by the Ayatollah that has taken Iran in the wrong direction.
Are you calling for regime change? Because obviously there's been a lot of mixed messages over the weekend about this regime change issue.
No, absolutely not, Andrew. That is up to the Iranian people. We've made an opportunity for the Iranian people to choose. If they choose to have a regime change, that'll be up to them, not us. That we're simply trying to end their ability to ever have a nuclear weapon, full stop.
In terms of the big question, which I think today is, did we get it all? What have we really done here? And how are we going to figure that out? What do you understand the case to be?
Well, we have good eyes on in the situation. Our allies that are operating in the region, our ICs that are operating in the region, our intelligence community, I hate to use acronyms, please correct me if I ever do that. We have very good eyes on where we haven't had in the past. With the Biden administration, unfortunately, our allies did not trust the ICs that they were having to work with. They weren't doing really well in sharing the intelligence information, which is why that drastically changed over the last 3 months. We have a very good report that we have severely damaged, if not completely destroyed, their ability to have a nuclear weapon anytime soon. I mean, anything can be rebuilt, right? And they can rebuild it in secrecy, but we will be able to now, the way we've been able to penetrate the Iranian regime with the amount of information we're getting out, we have a really good handle on what we've destroyed and what their capability is to bring it back.
What is your sense of the MAGA movement right now, and how either united or not it is? Obviously, we saw a fissure, if you will, in sort of the Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon wing of things last week.
Well, let me say the MAGA movement is President Trump. And so if you're not with President Trump, you're not part of the MAGA movement. Tucker Carlson, I don't have a relationship with him. I've never had a conversation with him. Don't really agree with him that much. Steve Bannon, same thing. I've never had a conversation with him. So I don't know if it's a good guy, bad guy. I don't want to talk bad about either one of them. But the MAGA movement belongs to President Trump. He created the MAGA movement. He's the one that's leading from the front. He's the one that's united the Republican Party. He's the one that brought us in to control Congress and control the White House and control the government, because the American people believed in President Trump's vision for America, making America great, not Steve Bannon or Tucker Carlson's movement.
If in fact there is still some kind of nuclear material in Iran, do you think it's incumbent upon the United States to continue to press and potentially militarily with more bombs? Is that something you think that needs to be left to Israel or others? What do you think the U.S. should do if we learn, in fact, even though we've clearly, I imagine, set back their efforts a long way, but if we find that they do still have material and there's some evidence that they were moving material prior to this bombing, What should the U.S. be doing?
Well, Andrew, they are claiming that they moved some material. Our intelligence report says they didn't. In fact, we actually believe they stored more of it in Fordo because they believed Fordo was impenetrable. They thought that it was a safe place to be. We've proven that we have technology better than any place in the world. We have the ability to destroy things that people think were undestroyable. And so we think we did a really good job. However, if we find out that we didn't, we will be working with our allies to finish a job, or we will finish a job. We have made it very clear, President Trump has made it very clear for 10 years, we will not allow Iran, the world sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon any way whatsoever. Now, that doesn't mean we're going to insert troops. That means that we can do this through the air and work with our allies to finish a job if the job isn't finished. And I believe that we may have to work with Israel to continue to maybe get rid of some of their stockpiles as things come up. But I believe we did a really good job the other night to eliminating all we knew about at the time.
Senator, I want to thank you for joining us this morning. It's always good to see you, and we look forward to talking to you
Andrew.
again very soon. You bet. We're going to be back after this with a quick check on the markets.
Markets.com. All right, let's get a final check on the markets this morning. Things are relatively calm, not the reaction you might have expected, but participants really waiting to see what happens next. Right now, the Dow futures are up by just over 30 points, S&P futures up by close to 10, and the NASDAQ indicated up by just over 40 points. Treasury yields have been slightly higher this morning. Actually, no, at this point they're lower. The 10-year's at 434, the 2-year is at 388, and then if you're watching oil prices, we did see a shock in oil prices, spiking in the overnight trading, but those gains have been given back. At this point, WTI is actually down by 13 cents to 73.71. Brent is down by 10 cents to 76.93 a barrel. Crypto prices also have been pretty muted on this. 101,687 is the last tick for that. The dollar has been slightly higher, or at least it was earlier this morning, still there, up by about 0.5 percentage point. And then you have gold prices that right now are off by about $10, $3,375 an ounce.
Well, it was pointed out by someone, it was up 0.3% over the weekend. So
Well, it's
got that going for it.
down 0.3% this
Which is
morning.
nice.
That does it for us today. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Squawk on the Street begins right now.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla. Jim Cramer is back at Post 9 along with David Faber here at the New York Stock Exchange. Equity futures and oil not far from the flat line as the U.S. joins Israel in striking Iranian nuclear sites on Saturday. One more part of a complicated picture this week with the NATO summit, PCE, and Chair Powell on the Hill. Our roadmap begins with futures pretty calm as investors keep an eye on oil and Iran's response to the U.S. bombing of its nuclear sites.
Plus, Tesla is launching its robo-taxis in Austin, Texas. How Wall Street is reacting to that big rollout. And America's biggest cement supplier is making its market debut today. It's going to have a $30 billion market cap. It's a spinoff of Holcim. We're going to speak exclusively with the CEO of a company called Amrise. Yeah.
Let's begin, though, with the markets digesting the developments surrounding the U.S. military strikes on Iran over the weekend, Jim. A lot of discussion this morning about maybe limited options on the Iranian side going into this week.
I think that's the way to put it. I think that we're all kind of shocked that they have almost no defenses. We know that they were the arsenal of theocracy. We knew, it turns out, boy, but they loaded for bear. But when you start running low and we can come over and bomb at will, it becomes very difficult for them to even talk about how they can close the Straits of Hormuz. Maybe they can close it for a little bit. I mean, David, what you can tell us is that, I like to compare this to what would happen if China did something, where it was strategic.
Yeah.
This is tactical. They can do something for a couple of days, and we don't know what they have in terms of uranium that we haven't found. But this country, to say that it's on the ropes is a little ridiculous, but the idea of having regime change, I don't think anyone wants that. Because it has to be from internal. Because it just doesn't work when our country goes in anywhere.
No, it hasn't. And certainly there's a lot of concern given the history, whether it's Iraq or Libya, both of which are in that region, to your point. And obviously there are still key questions here in terms of the enriched uranium, not to the level needed for a bomb, but close enough that may not have been actually at the site that was bombed and potentially degraded, if not obliterated, to use the words of the president, Carl. But certainly some questions here as we begin, although a very muted response in the market overall, and particularly still with that risk at least, though many people will tell you why that will not happen, of the Straits of Hormuz and what the Iranians may choose to do there, or try to do.
Right. There are a couple reports of a couple tankers maybe doing a U-turn out of the Strait, but China buys, it's the #1 buyer of Iranian oil, a couple million barrels a day. They wouldn't want to do any self-harm to arguably their strongest ally right now.
Right, and let's just put it out there. This is very bullish for American producers that need this market, and they actually have the ability. I got Rusty Brazil tonight from RBN, but he said they have the ability to be able to take some market share here, and I know that's to talk about that seems like, are you kidding me? That's really something I'm focused on. But yes, I mean, if you believe the U.S. has plenty of oil, that's why I don't think that there's that much pressure on the futures. But, I come back after being a week away. What happens? I want to see, well, what are the things that could be hurt? Well, no, I see 4 guys raising numbers for Kroger. I see Bank of New York, that I was going to talk about with David, possibly merging with Northern Trust. I see raising numbers Darden, which is a big restaurant chain. I see AMG upgraded, but there's nothing which just says this is going to cast a pall on the following companies. So I want very much to find out where the Achilles heel is to the market, but it's not stablecoin, it's not mergers, it's not anything, because this is not as relevant to our markets as it might have been at one time.
No, I know. Although I mean, if I had said to you at any point in the last few years, okay, the U.S. is going to go that option that has been discussed, and the president's previous to Trump, including Trump himself, the first time said no way.
Right.
Would you have expected this kind of a market response?
I think that the success of it kind of shocked people. I think that there was enough misdirection play that people didn't think that anything would happen. By the way, Saturday, at 6 o'clock, you've got this. If it's successful, you got a full day to think about it. Had it happened during market hours, I think people would have said, well, I got to get out. That didn't happen.
Right. Of course, the Israelis have already done so much damage to Hamas and Hezbollah, and we've done some work on the Houthis. The proxies are weak. There is sort of people, a lot of notes this morning looking at risks. At some point to cyber attacks as a possibility, attacks on the grid, attacks on maybe some U.S. assets in the Middle East.
Right. Well, I just think that the big threat was attacks that could lead to nuclear. Take nuclear off the table to just a conventional. They're a conventional weapons country. Well, they're barely a country.
With fewer missile launchers by the day.
Yeah, they've been severely degraded by the endless bombing of the Israeli Air Force, which controls the skies. That said, they do have cyber capability in Iran. Again, we don't want to make light of the fact that there are still options they have, asymmetric options.
Right.
And it's unclear what they're doing, or what their leadership is really planning, or where, in fact, the Ayatollah even is in terms of and how easily he can even be communicated with, given they seem to be hiding him.
Well, it does seem to me that the one thing that the wild card is, will there be regime change, which we can't speculate on, but the one thing we do know is that there could be even harder liners. I just don't know what they can do. Look, they lost their proxies. I mean, this was a country that very to me, that represented an iron curtain of theocracy like the Soviet Union, with countries where you had a Poland, where you had a Romania, where you had a Hungary. They're all gone. And now you've got the Soviet Union, which then dissolves into Russia and other countries. Could that happen here? I think that the Communist Party had a hold on Russia that turned out to be tenuous. Do the mules have a hold on Iran that turns out to be tenuous? I don't think so. I think that it's religion versus ethos.
Right. Although that sort of explains the president's post last night, MIGA, not MAGA, MIGA, where he said, why wouldn't there be regime change if you have the Ayatollah so weakened?
Well, I just don't look. I think that these countries are, they don't have the ability to rebel. I mean, I remember what you always used to hear before the Pope got involved. It really interceded in, say, making Poland before of the Soviet Union. Who's got the guns? Whoever has the guns wins. And they don't lay down the guns.
That's true. And to the extent there's any real political opposition and its ability to actually take over and present some sort of a plan to actually run the country, that becomes an issue as well.
Right.
All that said, back to the market, Jim. I mean, again, you were gone for more than a week, actually.
Well, I had that extra 2 days.
Yeah, and you mentioned many of the positives out there. You didn't even IPOs as well, which have been incredibly strong. I mean, it's hard to come in a day where we don't take a look at Circle. Have you seen that one? Or CoreWeave, which you were dead right on. Real quick.
Well, look, we just say that this market wants equity. I mean, we have a deal this morning. I know it's small, but not in the world of retail. Quantum computing, 14 million shares at $14.25. We're now even getting companies that don't have revenue, well, they have 400,000 revenue, being able to raise money. At the same time, we have these companies that are stuck. To me, Alphabet is stuck. Yes, okay. NVIDIA is stuck, 143. We get that upgrade of AMD. Apple is stuck. No one seems to know what they do. When people are saying, are they going to buy Perplexity? Are they just going to keep buying back stock? That's obviously done nothing. The companies that had been the beacons, with the exception of Microsoft, are regarded as being companies you don't want to touch because there's so many other opportunities.
That's interesting because in your absence, we did get some revised TAM forecasts out of Marvell, for example.
I thought that Matt Murphy did a great job, but the previous quarter did nothing to make people excited. I do think that the data center itself seems a little played out. But what's doing better is conventional. That's one of the reasons why Micron has been just on an incredible, a parabolic tear. They report on the 25th. If Sanjay Marotta does something good to say, people are going to say, look, let's just go back to the way it was.
The way, what does that mean?
Well, high bandwidth, but let's go with the derivative place. Let's go with AMD with its next generation inference. Mm-hmm. Let's go with Micron because high bandwidth memory finally it's come into its own. I don't think, David, that I'm not saying that it's sunset Novo. I mean sunset for NVIDIA. I'm watching Novo sunset.
Yeah, well, Novo is an interesting story. We'll talk about that a bit later.
But NVIDIA, it tried to get through 145. There are people in this stock who literally don't know what it does. but boy, they know that it's run
Meanwhile,
down.
you're forgetting AMD last week. I sat here there was a day the stock was up almost 10%. I was telling people, well, there's rumors about maybe they got a good GPU order from AWS.
Yes.
They obviously did set out a roadmap the week previous. They got an upgrade today at that
like
company.
400.
But that thing came to life. Look at that move.
I think this is great. That's what then right just at Melius. Look, Lisa Su would have told you, CEO of AMD, that she was not on her game versus what Jensen had. But now it's different. She's got something that's great. For instance, everybody wants to have something that can compete against Jensen. Well, because Jensen's so powerful. So there'll be a lot of companies that are always nipping. I still come back and say we got to get this. Not that I'm on Jensen's side, but the only way to get NVIDIA really going is just got to break through 145. It's not a technicians look at it, but how many times can it be repelled?
Right. I mean, the AMD call out of Melius is about inference, and that's playing to AMD's strength. But I couldn't help but notice this journal piece about the robots that are unloading trucks at DHL at twice the rate of a human over the course of an hour.
Well, look, Fred Smith, who we'll talk about later, who was one of the greatest people ever in business, was someone who just told me, Jim, you got to get on the case. We are using robots in New England. This is Fred Smith. This is a guy who's been around for a long time, and they're just better than humans in terms of their productivity, in terms of their safety. And I said, why don't you talk about it? Let's talk about it. It's the future.
In these kinds of roles, the robots are already a real alternative.
Right.
Again, coming off the assembly line at some point years from now and being able to do any number of tasks or anything that is asked of them, I think is going to be longer than perhaps many people anticipate.
Why do you say that?
Because the training required for them at this point. Now, even Musk admits you're going to have some sort of a leap, which I think he expects, in order to meet this target of having 1 million robots coming off Tesla's assembly lines by 2030. It's one thing to have them unloading the truck. It's another thing to say, hey, go unload the dishwasher. Hey, go walk the dog. Hey, you need to be trained.
They can make beds. They can clean rooms, hospital rooms.
My understanding is the training's more than you might think in terms of that.
I agree with you, but I am saying that what they're doing. I mean, they're not watching the show, the robots. They're figuring out how to make the bed. They do hospital quarters, man. Can you do hospital quarters? They got the answer on your partner.
I do know how to do a hospital corner.
Flip a quarter?
I do remember how to do a hospital corner. You do flip it up and then flip it in.
Maybe you still have the answer on the robots before it goes away.
Jim is right, though. The business world is remembering FedEx founder Fred Smith today, who died yesterday at the age of 80. As a student at Yale in the 1960s, you may know, he conceived the idea for an air-to-ground system that would ensure overnight delivery. He launched FedEx in '73, 14 jets, and as CEO went on to build the company into a global giant. Smith served in the Marines, 2 tours of duty in Vietnam. In a memo to staff, CEO Raj Subramanian said, quote, Fred was more than just the pioneer of an industry and the founder of our great company. He was a mentor to many and a source of inspiration to all. President George W. Bush over the weekend, Jim, one of the finest Americans of our generation, he said.
Fred Smith was amazing. 2 tours in Vietnam. The second time he comes back, Silver Star winner. As in the Marines, second time he came back because he was unhappy with the first tour. Literally, he just felt that the Marines, that the Defense Department, that the highest level command did not do a good job and wanted to do something to contribute better. I got to know Fred pretty well, went to Super Bowl together. I had a terrific time, by the way. His son, offensive coordinator for the Steelers. We went to the Steelers game, saw him, and he's just, there's a couple of guys. There's David Trone on the far right, and that's Arthur Smith, the tall guy who's the offensive coordinator. I'm the shortest guy in the room, David. That's not unusual. But Fred, I mean, I tell you, I said, hey, Fred, my dad, Sergeant, he says, well, I'll look him up at the American Battle Monuments. He goes back and says, yeah, Dad did really well. I told him about my dad's battlefield promotion. He goes, oh yeah, he was in Lady Gulf. I mean, the guy knew everything. He knew everything, and he was fun. He was great. But I think when he was the original person to say, you know what, I got a dream, and I'm going to do it. We have all these guys in Silicon Valley. Well, I came up with something. This guy came up with something monstrous.
He changed the whole economy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Positively has to be there, get there overnight, right?
And by the way, to introduce his daughter, a filmmaker, I don't don't know this
Now
guy.
he was, by the way, he was CEO until just 3 years ago.
Yeah, executive chairman.
Well, no, but he stepped down as CEO only a few years ago.
And he went to Raj. Raj done an amazing job. They report this week. I would tell you that everybody who met him loved him. He was like one of the most lovable figures I've ever met. And by the way, low key, I had someone meet him and said, listen, what do you do? I work at FedEx. I work at FedEx. And so what kind of management? He goes, no, I started. This actually happened in October. And I started. And he goes, what? You started FedEx? He goes, yeah. I mean, I just started. And this is, you never got a level. This man's humility was such that you just didn't know who he was.
Bush wrote that he offered Smith defense secretary 2 times.
I thought that was very interesting. Yeah.
And he said no because of his devotion to his family is with the president.
Oh my God! He had to leave, wanted to be with his wife, missed the game actually, because whoever would brunch with him before the game said, listen, I gotta go be with my wife. But I don't know, this guy was something special. You meet these guys, CEOs, and my wife's not involved in the business world. And I just said, listen, I want you to meet my wife. I never did that. Yeah, I'm like, why? And the answer was, because this guy was the most special guy I've ever met in business. I said, why don't you meet my wife? My wife says, like, hey, that guy's pretty cool. What's he do? No, we never knew what he did because he never let you know. Because he was not about that. A lot of these guys come in and I'll say, like, hey, my name is so-and-so. I am CEO of so-and-so. And you want to say, oh, am I supposed to be impressed? This guy's like, I work at FedEx. How you doing? Have fun.
Our thoughts are with the Smith family. Fred Smith was 80 years old.
Okay. I'm in driver's seat.
Now and make it count.
We mentioned in the A block, rather than geopolitics, pre-markets being driven to some degree by some sell-side calls. DoorDash gets up over at Ray-J, a strong buy from Outperform, and we mentioned the AMD upgrade over at Melius has been right to
investors to understand we're in a different global dynamic than what has typically been the playbook of the past.
So I think about this now, and you did start off using the word opportunity. Are there opportunities within all the things that the different gears that are happening here and interchanging? Where do you spot opportunity?
Yeah, we actually think there's considerable opportunity, beginning with the rest of the world in terms of equity markets, right? We believe we're at the beginning of a secular leadership change away from U.S. equities, which has been the leader since the bottom in the great financial crisis 15 plus years ago, to the rest of the world. So that's a massive opportunity. We think, particularly right now, like literally, today, this week, Europe is oversold. European banks, which we like a lot, are oversold here because folks worry about Europe when oil prices go up. We think that's an opportunity. We want to sell U.S. RIPS, U.S. equity RIPS, because we think the upside is capped in the U.S., and we want to buy non-U.S. dips. So that's a big opportunity, we believe. And then the other one that we're most keen on right now is really the global commodity space. We think we think commodities are likely to be the best performing major asset in the second half of the year and going into 2026.
You're not wrong in that. I think arguably people are talking about Europe having been a great investment thus far, right? They were talking about the defense stocks in Europe. You're looking at the banks, but you still think that there's room to the upside, even though they've had a great performance.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we're at the beginning of a secular leadership change. This is like the first or second inning, if I could put it in baseball terms. We think Europe has considerably more room to go, basically because of our view that we're in a global growth long cycle, which is being supported by spending in Europe, Asia, and the Americas across AI, climate, and defense. And we recognize and pay a lot of attention to who has the fiscal space to be able to spend on those three critical issues. And it's Germany within Europe, and it's China within Asia. Both have significant fiscal space that they're starting to use, which underpins the global growth outlook and the earnings outlook for those regions. It also, of course, supports commodities, which we believe are fundamentally attractive.
Well, we got 3 more minutes. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Oh, here we go. Okay. Well, we're at the 200 right now on the SPY on the 5 minute. 595. Disney just hit alert. Disney. Got a yin yang here at 593 on the SPY. Shoot. Okie dokie. Well, there it goes. There's the beach trade. Missed it. It's pretty clean on the 2-minute, where you had that tweezer bottom with 2 hammers. Back up to resistance. Well. Hmm. Well, that's nasty. Let's see if we want to do that again. Okay, we got a triple top. I'll let that one slide right by me. We actually got a megaphone. Oh God. Okay. Let's see what kind of crowd we got today. That would be good. Oh, there it goes. 3 white soldiers. Oh. 3 white soldiers. Here we go. What are you gonna do? Okay. There we go. Boom. There you go. They like them numbers. PMI 52 versus 51.1 estimate. 595s. Ugh. $208. Boom. 210. Okay. Well, Yep, just hear resistance. Oh, there we go. Dadgummit. I'm sitting here watching something else. Ooh. Straight uphill climb. 283. Lower inflation risk. $328. The 595s. That's nuts. It's flying. Okay. Okie dokie. Well, right now, I'm just kind of laid back. Haven't took the big risk yet. Missing my chance. Horrible. Horrible. Kind of watching the 597s. Right off to 21. Jimmy. How dare you? Oh yeah. Tesla's up nice. Oh my. Look at Tesla. What do you think about that, boys? A Plus is franchise and magnificent. Well, there you go. What we got, Mr. Mister's flagging out. Looks like a little seahorse. God, Tesla. What the heck? $5.97s are $2.01 now. $2.02 almost hit. We're real close. Very close. Uh-oh. We almost touched it there. $5.97s. I'm not in them. That was my second guess. I was looking at the 1 minute. Off the 2 minute, it hit the 9. 1 minute was 21. So here it comes. Tesla. Well, that'll be interesting. Tesla AI chip. Will Right now, the SPX is on the 9 on the 1-2 minute. That's what we've been holding. And the 1 minute would be the 21. So let's go with the 1. Get ready. SPX. Da, 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 da. Man, it just barely hangs on there. Jimmy's watching. The 60-10s are at 590. And again, I missed them. Back in that little squeeze. Okie dokie. Get my paperwork done. Almost done. $60.10 now at $5.50. Boom. No boom boom. Hmm. We're at 63. at 420. Jimmy's first trade of the day. Back to 420. Still kind of risky. We're at the 63 bounce. Right now. Okay. That's 2 minute. I'm not sure if I would took that trade on. Well, maybe. Yeah, I probably would have. No. I'm not sure if I'd have took it on the 2 minute. Okay, the crowd's going wild here at the sports arena. So I might get out of this even if I don't feel too comfortable in it. I don't, man. I don't. Are you? Yep. chance here.
We roll over into a new hourly candle in minutes, which is what I want to see. If it squeezes bottoms, I'm gonna get back in the calls. Especially if it squeezes bottoms at 4.
Yep.
I got the 60 pins loaded if anybody cares. Just waiting. Let's see this 5:30 and 1 hour candle rollover. Seconds. All right. I'm getting one here.
Almost right off the 63 on the 2-minute.
Oh, 68 contract? Like that. We just hit the 9. Sorry, I lose. It does, yeah.
Same on the 2 there, we hit the 9.
I'm really getting way more comfortable with these 30-minute, 1-hour charts.
Yep.
They really do tell you more than you think they do. And I still got out of that one early. Holy crap, man. That was $100 contract there. Did you see where the ones I took this morning went up 600% and I got out at freaking 100%?
Very, very nice.
I'm so weak. God almighty. It was almost 300% in one 5-minute candle. Like, all I had to do was hold for 5 minutes. I saw 100%. I was like, yeah, I'm taking that. And they went up 600%.
A little bit
It's
farther.
already up 150%. One day I'll start trusting myself.
Yeah, right now I'm up pretty nice on these.
You get a lot done on the weekend? You get your 30 acres cleared?
Got 3 acres of it.
What do you have, like a bush hog?
Yeah. $430, baby. Yeah. There they go, 450.
Yeah, but you're hitting the 200 SMA on the hourly right now.
I think I should. Yeah, 460.
Thinking about taking some oppo calls right here, bouncing out of a support zone. See if we test it first.
Okay. So right now we're at 480. This is the 2 minute. There they go. 490. Five. Yay. $5.
Diamond Hand Jim comes through again.
Apers.
I don't have that fun Diamond Hands.
He wants it. It's 2 minute. No reason I stayed in it because we're above the 21. Now I think it's a free ride from here. So I still got them all.
Oh, do you?
4 of them. No, the 9's crossing the 21.
That 60-51 in ES has been a rejection zone on the 30-minute candles all day.
It's
They wick
510.
above it, but they always pull back to it.
Yep. Okay, I made a business decision.
God, I really like these higher time frames.
Out 480. Richard's out 480. I'm at 5. Good job, Richard.
Just hold off on the Oplos video. It's rejecting the 63 on the 1 minute.
Well, one trade's all it takes. And I waited, and I waited, and I waited. Okay, round 2.
MSTR 370, MSTR 370s look good right now, actually. Not for 635 though. Mm, 385.
Okie dokie. Yep, I think it's lunchtime for me too. So far, 1 for 1. Should be a lot more than that. 2 minutes. Be right back. I'm here. Kitty Whippersnapper, 6010s. Kind of about the same setup, but we're a little bit farther apart. The jaws are open. What? Here's a 2-minute. Not in yet. It's nice if we came back down and touched at 63. And 5-minute would be 21. So we've got a head and shoulders on 2-minute. I'm gonna grab 2. Right here. There. Perfect. 3.20. So 263 is here.
2 minutes left on the 5 minute game. I felt a lot better on that increase when I watched the rollover from 1 5 minute into the next. Okay, 9 seconds left on the candle. There's the board pet I'm looking for. Now I want to see the rollover. Headed after the 63 o'clock. Did I hold on? No, 235. I'm in the 60 10s at 235.
5-minute looks pretty cool on the SPX. Off the 200 double bottom. And hitting the orb.
I think I might try to come to the 63 or even be what on these.
Nope, excuse me. Break it. Right off the 200 on the 1 minute. And the 2 minutes, kind of hairy. Still bearish on the 2 minute, but we got a tweezer bottom, kind of. Not quite. Well. Nothing compelling there to tell me to hold it.
You need to put an alert on the ES 6027 for the moment. That'd be nice. It's a very interesting level.
6027.
That's a hell of a lot of support.
Yep. Yep. I see it.
This is a 63 EMA on both the 30-minute and the 1 hour. Pre-market couldn't break it, and the 2 hours leading up to market opening. So that resistance is now going to be a support as well. Here's the dump. Golly. Shoved it past the 63 on the 5.
Rick to the 200 on the 1. Above the orb.
Yeah, I've got alerts set at 6027, 6023, and 6016.
Not much. Holding up 63.
Yeah, it is, but I don't like the 5-minute candles.
Yeah.
I would expect that tweezer bottom on that last 5-minute candle to have a better recovery than that.
Yep.
And you see that inverse head and shoulders on the ES 5-minute? Crazy.
Let's see. 5-day, 5-minute, or just 5-minute?
Yeah. Well, anyway.
Yeah. Definitely, if we pulled back a little bit more, for sure. A real solid one. If we pulled back at open, that first 5-minute candle there.
I think at some point today they'll try to sneak us back down there to that 6,016 level on ES.
Mm-hmm.
We're 8 minutes away from that midday dump crack.
I'll be back. Still hovering around here. That's 5 minute. There's a 2 minute. 2 minute looks thirsty. Tweezer bottom off the orb. Then the 1 minute. We got a big fat hammer. So that looks nice. And we're above the 9 on the 30 minute. So it still tells you you're bullish. Long leg doji right now. You want it to be the bottom, this should be it. $6,000s. At $2.70.
Would you take the 6,000s at 270?
Crowd's going wild at the sports arena.
Yes, dude.
What's that? Oh. $12:08 Eastern Time. That's my last chai tea. Caffeinated. $2.80 for the 6,000s. This is on the 30 minute off the 21. on the 1 minute. Oh. Crowd's going wild here at the sports arena. We come real close to that 27. I had alerted the 2775s once you mentioned them.
Oh, on the HB?
Yeah. Be a triple top where that thing broke out if it does.
Looking at the 30 minute. That was awesome. Got 18 more minutes left in this game, and I'll watch the next clip. So, I don't want to be.
Well, I'm in. The 6,000's at 280.
Oh, are you?
Yep. And then you dip down to 250 there for a second.
Should be good now. And 9 on the 30 hill. Yeah, not about it.
Yep. It was on top of that orb. The second attempt down out of a snake.
They have imminent threat of already described on US bases and have 3 SPF.
Oh.
This is the things market.
I don't know if that's a good idea, Iran.
No, they're going to mess around and find out that this ain't Biden's in the White House. Trump's going to put an example out of somebody.
Yep.
They don't have an Air Force, which literally the airplane we have over them just bombs shit out.
June.
Iraq talked tough too. Got what flashed over in less than 2 weeks.
Back to 280 here. No. Bit higher. Well, I'm not going to say higher lows. Just straight horizontal.
Okay, ExxonMobil, just flipped on the 5 minute and curled. And it's sitting on top now. I think it's about to go.
The 60-10s, yes.
I'll look at the contracts for Exxon.
Uh-oh. Well, that spoiled all the fun right there.
Yeah, I'm still looking at these 6,000s. But if the 5 minute, I mean, if the 30 minute hits 63, you may have to hit.
What if these at 280? So let's see. I was joking to myself selling at 3. Or
Yeah, the 30 minute candle, I mean, you can get anything back out of it. But I wouldn't wait for a better entry.
right now we're bearish for sure.
I don't watch. Let's see what's going on with it.
Right to the minute here. There goes that one. Gotta hold this here next moving average or I get out. 280. Rob says they're buying the 59.50 puts.
Biggs is breaking the orb, Jim.
We don't really find out here just in 5 minute.
Yeah, Biggs is getting, it just broke the orb, actually. It just opened up above the orb for the first time today.
Put that orb over on here. What just happened?
Biggs. Oh yeah, I'm not getting any longs right now. Not with all this news and not watching VIX and not watching oil. They're all going up. Indonesian energy is up 42% today.
It's a big drop right there. We're about 59.69.69. I was able to get it. That hardly ever happens. Another $5. Drama on this thing.
Coming down to my next support at 60.23. Figure out why I have that. Oh, never mind. It's a 63 on the 1 hour.
We dropped another 4 points. I think
Your third black crow on the 5 minute, and plus your 30 minute is going to roll over after this 5 minute. Just broke my support. We're heading down to 60.16 now. That's the trend line and the 200 on the 5. That's a strong low. And a support zone.
Let's see.
3 supports sitting there at 60.16.
Well, I'm just a buck off mine right here. So I'm gonna scalp these babies real fast.
Look at the 59.95s. It's gonna be right around that 60.17 ESO.
Yeah, I got the 6,000s. Well, maybe we move them up.
Wait for this next 5-minute candle.
That's my spot. $59.90. $140.
1.5 minutes left on the candle. Seconds, big push. We got the trend line here. Still want to wait for the rollover though. 30 seconds. We might can hit the bottom of the orb. Maybe too greedy here. I know. We hit bottom of the orb, I'll buy another one. Try to grab the 59.95s at 145. Damn, it's just hard to go along with this news.
Yep. There it is.
Mm-hmm. I'm in at 135. See if it holds.
I'm gonna grab a 59.70. There they go. Very risky right now. I'm gonna try to scalp these 59.70s.
Yeah, the calls ain't losing much today.
$6 here for 59.70s.
There's your squeeze bottom.
Whoop. I'm back under it again. Ooh. That wasn't nice. Okay. Jetso should have got a few of them there, but he didn't. Back to even. There we go, 670. What the heck? Don't mess with me. That wake you up? $6.90. Bam. 720, 750. Okay. Bingo. Bingo.
No, I didn't think it was.
What do you think about that?
If you get up on the city and take your money, don't let it go red.
Green machine. Yeah, Sheba, how are you doing? Randy, how are you? Oh my gosh, $9.40. Are you kidding me? $9.80?
You're up $40 a contract right now.
Oh, they said 1,000. They've been up $4. And I sold them at 8. There's 1,000 again. We just now hit the 21. And would you wake up that gentleman there in the back row? He might have fainted. Yeah, he sold his at $8 and he went to $1,000. Uh-oh. Israel officials tells me that Iran launched 6 missiles towards U.S. air bases in Qatar. These are at 11:40 now. You see that? God. Randy. Richard, I just left that bunch on the table. We just left them on the table. Bounced right off that 5950 area. That's what Rob said. And that's what Jack told him, and Tito told Jack, and Sammy told Tito. And I'm telling you. Okay, well, that kind of hurt. For, you know, it would have been better if I had stayed in it. $8. $200 a contract, and it could have been 6, 5. Right now they're at $12. So that'd have been $6 a contract.
Oh God.
Yep. There you go, 1520. You had the 95s. Yep. Here goes my 6,000, so I'm out of those.
Yeah, I bought them at 135. Which was about 20 cents off what they went down to. I think they went to 110. And now they're at 330.
6,000, not 600, you ding dong. What's going on? We're having a bombing party. My bombs are bigger than yours.
Yeah, those ExxonMobil calls blew up. Jesus.
Rob says they're now buying the 5980 calls, but he's not convinced yet. They might have bought them down here and sold them by now. Randy. Randy gets an F. Okay, we're getting ready to take which ones were them? The 5980s. Okay, watch me here on the 5980s. Randy, get ready. We've got 3 red Iranians running back to the bottom here. The 5980s at $5.20. Okay, get ready. $5.40. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. $5.40. These are the calls. They're now at 660. The crowd's going wild here at the sports arena. $5.40. $5.40. Go ahead and break on out. Come on, baby. Ooh, Randy. Whoa. Okay. Well. Uh-oh. Okay. I was up there for a minute.
Eight minutes to the next hourly candle. I'll figure out what I'm gonna do then.
Oh my God. $8 on this thing to break. I'm to 6:30 again. We got a snake breakout pullback. I thought Tor should have probably added the dip and got out of that one. Tweezer bottom on the 1 minute. Let's go. Oh. Was that a cow fart?
Yeah. That's exactly what that was.
Woo! Did you like that, Randy? Jimmy's up 60, 70 bucks a contract here, 80. $6.20.
Something's gonna happen in this 5 minute candle because it's gonna roll to the IRA.
There we go.
There's the bottom of the orb. See if buyers step in here with the bid or not.
This buyer is. This buyer is. Oop, $4. Buyer now is. Let's go. We know what to do here.
Three minutes left.
560. I'm way. Well, what happened there?
That was the sellers defending the 200 SMA.
Should have sold it. My average is 447. I have one at 540 and two at $4.
Minutes left on the hourly. And now the hourly looks good for a reversal. It's got a huge bottom wick.
Yeah, I'm at 540 right now. I can sell a sucker.
I would like to see this 5-minute candle roll over at the bottom of the orb and give me a tweezer bottom. That would be my wet dream for today. So Randy, what I want to see on the 1 hour, see this huge bottom wick. I want to see it down here at the orb, and I want to see it roll over and give me a tweezer bottom.
I want it now.
5 seconds left.
And I want it now.
And he wants it now, by God. It's his money, and he wants it now. Seconds. There it is. Is it going to true tweezer bottom now? They push it that far down? Damn sure can.
Please. I was being so stupid. I should have added right there.
Back in that shot. A lot of hand fighting right there at the orb.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna grab more here.
There it is.
$5. How about breaking the 21 and giving me 6?
Did everybody get calls when it rolled over to that tweezer button?
Come on, baby. There's 580 right there. There it is, 6. I got it. He gave it to me.
Good job, Steve. You get in that.
There's 630. Just like the doctor wanted it.
I mean, it did exactly what I asked it to do. I couldn't ask for a better setup.
Yep.
Sat at the bottom of the orb and rolled over to a tweezer bottom on the 1 hour. That's exactly what I asked it to do. I didn't take calls there. I just need to quit.
$660, $690, 7. Here I go again. Oh my. Yep. Let's go ahead and put 8 there. Chalk 800. $9. Just like that. With $900 on the table. Double top. Snake, breakout, pull back, boom, he said it. Yeah, he sure did. Okay. I mean, that's just amazing. $4 all the way to 9. That's $500. I mean, that's $100 a minute for 2 contracts at $4. That's $200 every minute. 200, 200, 200, 200. We're back at support at 570. Crowd's going wild here at the sports arena. $5.40. This one's off to 21. Now you're at resistance to break. So you're at 690. And there we go. Break it. 540 to 750. Can we do a double top? Have a snake? I think we can do that. Get on the pair. 59, 75, 73. Boom. Uh-oh. Push the sell. $8. Profit. 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 What do you got to say about that? What do you have to say about that? Richard? Double top, $9.10. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. $1,000. $1,000. Say what? Okay, I'm going to go turn down the air conditioner. Any objections? Magnificent, do you object? Rob, do you object? I know Richard doesn't. Uh-oh. My Ryan better watch out. Ryan better watch out. Oh. Uh-oh. We're at the 200 right now for an exit idea. Do you hear me? Say yes, Randy. Somebody say yes. That's right, Minikin. Richard. Richard's out of line. Richard's a little bit out of line. Okay, we're at the 200. Dadgum. There we go. We broke the 200. Hmm. $15.50. Woo! Jim's in shock. $15.70. Bling. Ain't that pretty? Gosh, 1660, 1780, 1830. What? Shock treatment. Shock treatment. Shock treatment. God damn. $20, 2070. What? 2090, 21. You what? 2270, huh? Woo! Yeah. 2350. That just makes me want to cry. Richard. Rob says, boom. That's what Jimmy called. He said, snake, breakout, pull back, boom. Snake, breakout, pull back, boom. This is it. $25. Oh, push that sell trigger. Push it. It's hard to do. Uh-oh. Rob's seeing sweeps. I'm seeing cash. $25. Too bad. Not too bad of a snake. Oh my God. It went to $30. Oh no. Oh my. That hurts. That was a uppercut. We can go a lot higher. Oh boy, this is gonna get good. This thing can run up to 60.15. Another $7. Oh, to the T. Right there. Oh yeah, this has no problem going $7 more. Let's see what happens. Anybody want to bet against me? Washboardjim says we're going to go to 60.15. Watching. think we can take these 60-50, 60-20s. To be a tight one. Okay. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, get ready. It's had a pretty big run. I wait. $360. Almost $100 a contract there, if I took them. Now it is. Ooh. Jeez. $5 and 10, 20, 30, 60, 70. That's $200 a contract. Well, that was a good one. Look at that snake breakout pullback. I didn't remember. That's a boom. That last little run there, them 4 candles is $200, $2. The 60-20s. What? There it is. We just hit it. Jimmy called it 60-15. Boom. Now, I'm not saying puts her in, but I'd watch him. Okay, Washboardjim's going to look at him. The 6,000s. Well, 6,000 puts, I was looking there, hit almost $6. But I didn't have really triggered. There they go. Missed a couple good shots. $5.30. Coming back up to the top again. It's a double top. Watch this. It's really flirting with it. These are the 6,000 puts at 430. Puts. They're 430. The crowd's going wild here at the sports arena. Right now they're at 450. You could sell them here at 460 if you like. 470, 80. $490. Bam. Maybe. 480 for sure. Yeah, you got 490 right there. Cheap. Ooh. $590. You could make a real sound business decision. Business decision. What happened to Funky? We're at 560. Uh-oh. 590. Can we get more? Shall we get greedy? We're at the 21. What to think about this? If this doesn't hold, this could be a nice little piggy bank. Maybe sell it now. Going to drop. Drop. There it is. Can I get 100% out of these? Go drop. Oh. All right. Okay. We're back to $5. These are the $6,000 puts. Drop. Oh, it's green, it's Joe.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi. Good afternoon. This is Jensen from Home Security Promotion.
Third attempt. 1, 2, 3. It's triple top. I feel like I'm sitting here waiting for some kind of big news to hit or something. I'm not anything now. The 6,000s. I was in these puts here. I was eating me a little bit of cucumber salad. That's some good stuff right there. So we've got an ascending triangle, well, Darvas box, sideways channel. Okay, we're squeezing this to the fourth attempt. $60, $15, $28 to the penny. Get your water, Jim. Get right by the putts. It's 114 already? Wow. I'm going to give it another shot. Of Puttville. Come on. Well, there we go. $285. Do it. The 6,000 puts at 285, please. And there's 350. They're now at 360. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know what to do. Go ahead and go down to the 63 like you're told to do. You could sell them right now and be happy. I want my money and I want it now. They're at 360 right now. $340. Boom. We're going to see how tough this 50 is. 50's holding it up. On the 1 minute. Back to even. Still doing it. We're at 285. I got 285. Well, coming in on the 200, on the 63 maybe. Coins down 267 from Friday. We had Meta. Nice rebound. I'm still in SPX 285. We're at 350. So if you're coming in on the 63 in the 2 minute, you'd be hitting the 21. So you'd be wanting to think, okay, are we going to stay bullish, hold the 21 up, or am I going to go with my 1 minute and say we're going to come back and hit the 63? Because that's more bearish than the 2 minute. I don't know, man. I was in a put. I go, oh. With the 1 minute, I'd say keep me in there. We can come back and hit the 63. $340. Okay. I'm out of drink. And I'm gonna put it's not bad, I'll drink your blood. Yeah, these are 285 still.
I mean, guerrilla has been and protecting national infrastructures for a better part of 15 years now. Now, for example, one half of the entire cybersecurity of one of the well-known countries in Southeast Asia and East Asia, we manage their entire national cybersecurity infrastructure. Now, that helps us because we are focused on building our relationships across the region. Whether it's, in Thailand, for example, we are working very actively with the Royal Thai Police.
There we go.
Facial recognition.
Let's go.
The work we're continuing to do with the Royal Thai Police continues to exceed expectations. Now, that said,
285.
we issued a press release commending our AI surveillance system. At the same time, we've also helped them apprehend over 200 suspects within a week, and they're doing this week upon week. Now, this result speaks for itself, Nicole. At the end of the day, we're working very closely to expand that relationship, not just with the tourist police, but also with the Thai police, with the border security, as well as the airports.
All right, well, I love that you're getting offers to help you in every way, shape, or form to continue to grow. They believe in you and your vision, Jay. Great to see you again, Jay Shandon, Chairman and CEO, Gorilla Technology Group. Till next time, thank you. Still ahead, we take a look at the bigger picture. Ed Sedels is with us. Multiple Fed governors have now signaled they're open to July rate cut. What does that mean, and why are they saying it? We'll be right back.
Do 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 do. Breakdown. Now we're at the 63. So I gotta.
Trading the trending
We're gonna
names
drop
every
below it.
day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
3:30.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends.
That's a
with
big
up-to-date
drop.
News and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
A fresh take on the hottest trends in the market, from every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on Next Gen Investing. 1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides, and we're live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. We've had back and forth action. We had oil surge this morning, then somewhat settle, then sell off. Ed Siddell, CEO, Chief Investment Advisor at EGSI Financial, is with me. The markets have been volatile. The Dow right now is up here 231 points. The S&P's back above 6,000. And we did have Iran firing missiles on a U.S. base in Qatar today. As this, at the same time, Iran and Israel keep going back and forth with their own exchange. But, you know, oil sold off here after that attack. I can't fully understand why. But what do you feel about the markets at this point?
You know what? When I got the news report across my phone on Saturday, we pull up the news. We're looking at it. We actually talked over the weekend. We were expecting to come in on Monday, seeing, you know, stocks down 500, maybe 700 points, and oil, you know, way up. And actually, you know, the opposite has really happened. You know, stocks are up and oil is down. And really, I think what that's telling us is that, you know, investors have long-term confidence. And there's a couple caveats to that. And what I mean by long-term confidence, I think they're seeing the bigger picture of possibly entering a long-term bull market for the next couple of years. But those caveats are with the bombing that happened in Iran, as long as it's limited, we don't have boots on the ground, and they don't see a long-term war like another Afghanistan, I think investors are going to be okay with that. So, you know, it remains to be seen. But honestly, even my colleagues talking all day today, we're all a little surprised with where the markets are.
And these short and long-term missiles were used, and it didn't seem to be much of a hit. Maybe there was some element of success in that, you know, nothing was fully terrorized, I guess. I don't know how else to say it. But in the meantime, you said that maybe folks are just feeling that they have confidence in the long term. What does that mean for planning a portfolio here when you have market volatility, maybe even on a sell-off? Do you make moves?
Well, you know, cooler heads are going to prevail. You know, we saw that in April. There was a big sell-off, but I mean, it rebounded very quickly. There's a couple things that really have to happen. Investors are really looking at the reconciliation bill getting passed. I don't think it's going to happen in time for the 4th of July. However, I think it's going to happen this summer, especially with what's being proposed by the Senate now. So that's a really big deal, because the extension of the current tax cuts is going to be a huge tax savings to Americans and investors. Again, some of the additional tax cuts for seniors, the extra $4,000, that's still in the bill. No taxes on tips. All of these things are retroactive. The depreciation on R&D and equipment for small businesses, that's really huge. The next thing that's going to happen once that gets passed is going to be deregulation. And so that deregulation is really going to help the financial sector as well as small businesses, because the small business sector, I mean, they've really taken a huge hit over the last couple of years. And I think that's the biggest opportunity for growth, and investors are really looking at that.
I mean, that was sort of the recipe, the tax cuts to be expanded, extended, deregulation, a more business-friendly environment. it's sort of the idea that we had, as folks were saying, they thought this administration would be more business friendly. Maybe it's just coming a little bit later in the game. And how important is it that the Fed cuts rates? You do have 3 Fed governors now saying, you have Austin Goolsbee, Chris Waller, and Michelle Bowman now seeming open to, or at least revealing that they are open to a potential cut in July.
Yeah, honestly, we were shocked. We believe that they should have lowered rates during this last meeting. We knew that they weren't, but we believe that they should have, just looking at the hard economic data. With GDP numbers coming out this week, PCE, home sales, we believe that that's going to provide additional hard data for the Feds to say, you know what, it is time to lower rates. We see 2 rate cuts this year. We're going to see more next year. Again, they were late to the party when raising rates, when they were saying that inflation was transitory and was going away. And again, they're a little late to the party this time as well. But we do believe that they are going to lower rates. And again, that's going to spur on the economy and additional growth.
And what else is interesting here is when I look at and thank you for that, when I think about it, 7 of the 19 members had no cuts, 9 had penciled in 1 or no cuts. We don't know where they fall in here. You did have 8 members with 2 cuts and 2 members with 3 cuts. This is from the Federal Open Market Committee's last meeting. So you have 10 with 2 or 3 cuts of the 17, of the 19, right? That's more than half.
It is, and really, if you look at the other meetings, the shift is really going in favor of rate cuts just over the last several meetings. So it is leaning more towards the rate cuts, and like I said, I truly believe, looking at we're seeing the economic data, that we're going to see 2 rate cuts. July, I would be shocked if we see it in July, but it's not out of the question depending on what we see this week.
How do you feel about those Max 7 names? Are you buying any on dips?
We are, and we have been. I really like tech a lot. Financials and small caps, we like. I know they've been hit hard, and there's still some really good buys out there. They haven't done very well this year, but again, with the economic climate, with what we see on the horizon, we think financials and small caps as a whole, and including manufacturing, that's where we're going to see the biggest potential growth over the next couple of years.
All right, Ed Siddell, CEO, Chief Investment Officer at EGSI Financial. Ed, thank you. Good to see you. Thanks.
Thanks, Nicole.
Still ahead, we'll bring in our panel. We want to take a look at KB Home, ahead of the company's earnings that are due out today after the closing bell, which of course we'll bring to you here on Schwab Network. More on the home builder as the watch list returns.
Back to 310. Drop.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service
330
management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to
10
mention
more
Schwab
minutes to
takes
power
taxes,
hour, and I'm in a
taxes,
put.
Insurance and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl.
Experiencing technical difficulties.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth
Carl.
management.
Carl.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started,
You're being recorded,
Schwab
Carl.
has a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis
These are now at
webcast
650.
breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages,
And being in the now.
oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Hey, Dad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren, planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Welcome back to the watch list. We're watching KB Home. It reports its numbers after the closing bell today. Shares have been under pressure, in fact, down 20% this year. Of course, mortgage rates have remained elevated at or near 7%, no 5%, and most folks refinanced at 4% or lower. So they're not moving too quickly. In the meantime, our panel is ready. Melissa Armo, founder, owner of the Stock Swoosh, and Michael Singleton, senior analyst and principal Invictus Research. Good to see you both. Melissa, I'll start with you. These home builders, KB Home in particular, are you expecting anything good out of this story today?
I don't know what they're going to say today because they lowered guidance the last earnings back in March. And like you mentioned, the stock has taken a tumble. Started the year over 70. Last earnings it dropped. It was around 60. It's still today trading, even though it's rallying today, below where the previous earnings were in March, in the low 50s. And again, you have to take a look at the overall picture where we're headed into the second half of 2025. Is the Fed going to really lower rates 3 times, 2 times,
There we
maybe
go.
only once? You know, and so obviously if somebody's their mortgage rate is 5% or 4% or 6%, they'd have to be really motivated or have a reason to move and sell that house because they're going to get a mortgage rate, even with good credit, that could be 6.75, 6.5, what is even considered a good rate right now. So home builders definitely have taken a hit, and the market's strong. You know, the market's in an uptrend, and these are nowhere near the highs. The previous high in KBH was around 88 and change, and it was last year, I think, in 2024.
Yeah, Micah, as we look here, we talk about revenues, margins, profits, less activity. That's the concern here, that some of those things will be hit, right?
I think that's right. I think on a fundamental level, it's really hard for home builders to work with 7% mortgage rates and increased competition from the pre-owned market at the same time. Over the last couple of years, we actually have had periods where home builders performed well, but that's when the pre-owned market was basically in quicksand and folks who owned homes weren't selling them. We've been starting to see that change for the last 12 to 18 months. We're seeing the pre-owned market start to heat up, the composition of inventory start to change in terms of the housing market, and high rates plus increased competition from existing homes is a tough recipe for home builders to succeed in.
Yeah, and I will tell you, I spoke to a guest today who said he had buys on D.R. Horton and Meritage. He also liked Lennar, but saying David Traynor of New Constructs, he had KB Home as his least favorite in the group. Do you have a favorite in the group, Mike?
No, not especially. I think the truth is, as long as this inventory dynamic, along with the higher interest rates persist, home builders are an underweight or a short with us. And on top of that, the labor market data is pretty clearly starting to deteriorate as well, which usually means slower real income growth. And as you see slower real income growth, that weighs in the housing market as well. You can either finance a home or you can buy it out of income. And when both financing is expensive and income growth is slowing, it's hard for home builders to outperform. And until the Fed dramatically changes its stance of monetary policy, we don't see that changing.
There's a concern that these home builder stocks really could fluctuate, Melissa, as we have the impact of tariffs, labor market shifts. Do you have a favorite in the group that you would buy on the dip?
No, not really. It's funny you mentioned tariffs. I forgot about tariffs. You know, with everything that's been going on in the last 24 to 48 hours with Iran, everyone's forgotten about tariffs. But remember the 90-day pause. That's coming up in, 2 weeks? So, I mean, there's definitely going to be tariffs, which is going to affect builders with increased products and things that they're buying. So that's going to affect prices. And then you have on top of that, you know, the interest rate issue. So even if interest rates do drop twice this year, even if they drop 3 times, which I don't think is going to happen, but even if they would, you're going to see increases in pricing because products are going to increase because there are going to be tariff deals that are made. I don't know if it's going to be as soon as President Trump would like them to be made, but people are going to pay more for things coming in from other countries, and we'll see how that shakes out in prices with housing.
Well, the market's showing resiliency once again. The Dow's up 200, the S&P 500's up over 6,000. So pretty amazing after what we saw back in April. A final thought here. Mike, do you have a favorite stock or a favorite something that you think is heading higher?
Favorite stock or favorite something? That's a good question. We're a little cautious on stocks right now. Starting in April, our stance changed in terms of the economy from reflation to deflation. So in other words, we transitioned from expecting faster real growth and faster inflation to slower real growth and slower inflation. Now, that doesn't mean that stocks have to perform poorly. It is the worst economic regime for stocks by our work. Because we just expect a mild deflation or a non-recessionary growth slowdown is the way that we explain it. We think stocks probably trade a little bit higher. Our expectation is for kind of low single-digit annualized returns from here, but we think it's going to be choppy. So, we think stocks are okay, but we're not going to see a repeat of 2023 or 2024.
And then we also hear that the tariffs will be pushed back once again. I know July 8th and 9th is our sort of deadline date, but word on the street is that many of those will be pushed back once again. Melissa Armo, Mike Singleton. Thank you, Melissa and Mike. Good to see you both. And good to see you, friends. Thanks for being with me here live on Schwab Network from the New York Stock Exchange. I'm Nicole Petalides. Thanks for being with me. Market on Close is next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 6 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden. With an hour left in the trading day, let's take a look at where the markets stand right now. As we take a look, and we're in the green across the board. The S&P up about 0.7% right now, at 6,941. The Nasdaq up about 0.9% at 21,815.73. The Dow up about 0.6%, 42,475.92, and the Russell 21,2310. That's up about 0.6%. Now, as we take a look at some of our futures products, let's see how the dollar, gold, crude. A lot of red on the board. Gold, of course, our bright spot today. The dollar at 98, that's down about 0.3%. Gold trading at 33.93.50 an ounce right now. As we look at crude oil, we are at 68.57, a far cry from those high 70s we saw, down 7% on the day. And Bitcoin got back over that $100,000 threshold. They're now at 103.120, and they're down 0.3% on the day. Now, lots of top stories to take a look at today, so I'd like to bring in Jenny Horn to catch us up on the latest. Of course, Jenny, we've been talking about Tesla all day long, finally launched their robo-taxis in Austin. How did the event go, and what has the analyst response been?
So far, I think based on price, I think and the fact that we've been able to hold, and the market pulled back ever so slightly at around noon, then bounced back. Tesla has been our tried and true leader of the day. I mean, still leading the S&P 500 here. And I do think you can find the bulls maintaining their positive conviction, and you can sort of see from the event what you want to see. I mean, we do know that this robo-taxi service will finally be initiated with about 10 to 20 Model Y SUVs operating in this geofenced area of Austin, featuring safety teleoperators as well as employees who are able to intervene if necessary. Safety has been a major concern, but Dan Ives out of Wedbush said the experience was comfortable, safe, and personalized after taking these two 15-minute rides, particularly noting the vehicle's abilities to masterfully maneuver with patience and safety through these challenging scenarios, like various roads, like narrowing roads, oncoming traffic, parked cars. So he has now a $500 price target, calling the launch a foundational moment for their future of these ambitions. So he has been a long-time believer of FSD, and Epic is you could follow with
what happened here?
But then on the other hand, I do think there's still a degree of optimism. I mean, we have UBS now with a price target that was raised to $215, but maintaining a sell to me says you still don't really have full conviction on this name. If you keep a sell rating, raising your price target, I mean, that's to be where there's a bit of a disconnect, or a lowering price target to 190 from 215. So still though, with a sell rating, which is brutal.
You know, I think this is the mixed bag, right? You hear they did well because they spiked more than 10% at several points during the day. Right now, up 9.3%, trading at 352.22. But it wasn't all positive. They're still behind Waymo. So there's a lot of discussion about can they catch up? Will they catch up? They were certainly not the only big story today. Novo Nordisk and Hers,
lighten up, chick.
Partnership, that was a huge story that we were talking about today. As I'm pulling up Hims and Hers, they're down 32% right now. Tell us about what's going on here.
And also a move that has been consistent. I mean, we have seen this pressure weigh on Novo Nordisk as well.
Retailer, Jenny.
0.75% was actually down more substantially earlier today. But I think part of the reason we're seeing such a stark response, because I've been following it, I think that the overall weight loss in GLP-1 space is so fascinating because it commands so much money right now. It's driven, I mean, like the entire upside we saw of the last year of Novo Nordisk was hugely driven by their various drugs. But I mean, some of the statements coming out of Novo Nordisk were pretty pessimistic regarding the illegal mass compounding and deceptive marketing strategies of Hims and Hers. So some of the allegations are pretty negative, to put it even lightly. And so I think that no surprise, given all of the upside that Hims and Hers particularly had seen following the announcement of this deal end of April 29th, that then we were really trading with so much momentum, almost as if the growth had already been realized from this drug. And so now we're seeing the give back of that, because I think this was, again, a month-long partnership pretty much that was pulled pretty abruptly. And so just the unexpected nature of the collaboration between the two ending is, I think, why we're seeing so much pressure today.
And have there been any analyst response, any changes in downgrades or anything like that we've seen as a result?
So I will say that the note today, fairly not optimistic when we look at Novo Nordisk, and in particular, looking at that name here, downgraded and also taken off the conviction list at Needham. So did downgrade shares to hold from buy. Price target was $65 previously, removed that target though, and did also say with terminating this partnership, this is again highlighting the deceptive promotion and selling of illegitimate knockoff versions of Wegovy. Hims has not responded, which is the response I'm very curious to know how they defend. I mean, the integrity of their platform, frankly, but when looking at Novo, they still command such a large share of the various GLP-1 market. I think the biggest threat to them is not really the story with Hims and Hers today. It's the fact that Eli Lilly now has competition, and the price war is only heating up because we're seeing the affordability element start to trickle in. Well, now they're offering some of these drugs $500. I mean, just a year ago they were $1,000.
Yeah, or
upwards.
more when they had the shortage. It was, I think, people were paying north of $2,000-$3,000 of
ridiculous
injection for it. Yeah, it's wild. And the other big one today was AMD. We saw AMD have some action. They're up now just about 1% on the day, but it's been a little bit a dip and a recovery on AMD. They got an upgrade though.
Yes, this was a clear positive note today. Upgrade today to buy from hold. Price target was raised to 175 from 110, highlighting that many things have changed for the better since the beginning of this year. I think, thank goodness, because sentiment has really just completely drifted since we peaked out, I mean, back in 2024 at 227 a share. So we're still, I mean, 43% off of those levels, but they did mention that inferencing right now is much bigger than expected, and their GPU roadmap has garnered more interest globally, especially for their MI400 series that's coming next year, which includes these rack scale configurations. So they also believe their earnings power can top at least $8 per share within 2 years, saying that right now at the upward end of their estimates, they actually see around $9 of earnings power given the latest announcement of AI chips. I do want to note that when you look at the last fiscal year, which is now about a quarter or two so behind us, they earned about $3.32 for the fiscal year. So we're talking that figure, basically they can more than 2.5 times they see upside. So I think that many of us are hoping that's the case, because really it feels like momentum has shifted so starkly the other way in this name, when they were at one point a leader of the entire AI hype cycle, and they've just really fallen off as far as like their products and enthusiasm sense. So nice to talk about an upbeat note, because they had some pretty major revelations last week.
And there was, I remember reading this same note, there was a comment about how they were going to be able to hold up against NVIDIA in there as well, right? With their that new chip that they have launching. Was that, I'm not making this up, I don't think.
No, because NVIDIA right now has like 90% of the AI chip market, which I believe was mentioned in that note. So the dominant position is inarguable, but the big hope is that AMD can at least make inroads when we're seeing companies forced to switch or forced to right now obviously sort of downgrade some of their technology for export overseas. So the one thing with AMD is it is always traded at a lofty multiple. Even when we've seen things repriced, and sure, it's historically low, but it still trades at a 4P of 32 times. So there still needs to be some growth for the valuation metric to make sense still.
Well, they're saying, here it is, yeah, the MI400 series will power the Helios rack scale system, which they're saying will set them up well to compete with NVIDIA. Any note that says you're going to compete well against NVIDIA in that space?
No kidding.
It'll be a good day for them. Well, Jenny, thank you. Thanks for the top stories today. We appreciate it. And now for a look at the broader market, I'm joined by Barbara Goodstein. She's the managing partner and the New York chair of R360. Barbara, thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Now, what do you make of the current market environment, not just today, but in the month of June, I guess? Let's focus on June right now.
So our members have a monthly meeting called a Market Opportunities and Risk Call, and they come together to share information based on their backgrounds. These are some of the most successful portfolio managers in the country. And they're focused on 3 sectors. They're focused on defense, energy, and crypto. And we think that there's lots of opportunity in all 3 of those.
So let's start with defense. Where are you seeing the biggest opportunities in defense, and why are you bullish on that sector?
Well, obviously there's a lot going on in the geopolitical situation right now, but we think that there are some standout opportunities. First of all, VanEck Defense ETF Fund has already seen 55% growth in 2024. It's gone up over another 35% this year. So that's an indicator of the interest in this space. But then General Dynamics in particular it almost has a national security monopoly. They're one of the 2 companies in the United States that can build nuclear submarines. So they've got a real advantage there. And then Rolls-Royce is another name that we like in the defense segment. They focus on powering military aircraft, naval vessels, and submarines, as well as advanced technologies for defense applications. So those are two different stocks that we think have a lot more potential based on what's happening in the world today.
And in energy, when you're seeing in energy, what are some of the opportunities that you're seeing there?
Well, the good news in energy is that we are not seeing any type of crisis. So one would be concerned what would happen if the Straits of Hormuz are attacked or closed, and we don't think that that's going to affect us here in the United States because we have done a lot historically to protect ourselves from that situation. So we think that we are in a very stable place. We are a net exporter now of oil, and the biggest opportunity is going to be MLPs investing in master limited partnerships that export the oil and ship the oil around the world. So we think that we're in a safe position there where if this had happened many years ago, we wouldn't have been. But we think that we're in a very good situation right now, and the way that this has been managed has been wonderful for the U.S.
And as far as what you're investing in there, also ETFs and energy?
ETFs in energy as well as the MLPs, because we think that there's a lot of upside in MLPs because we're in that export position. So both.
All right, and I do want to ask about Bitcoin. We spend a lot of time talking about Bitcoin, and is Bitcoin potentially the new gold? Most people bullish on Bitcoin. Are you bullish on Bitcoin?
Absolutely. A few of our members are driving that increase in Bitcoin. We have some of the people who are leading the charge on Bitcoin. They're consulting directly with the president. But most importantly, the driver of Bitcoin going forward is accumulation coming from corporations that are starting to buy Bitcoin. So it's not just buying Bitcoin directly, but Bitcoin has now become a favorite as a way to for public companies to buy Bitcoin and have it on their balance sheet. Metaplanet in Japan was the best performing stock of all stocks in the world last year, and that was because they had Bitcoin on their balance sheet. So it's less expensive for people to buy a stock in Japan than it is for them to buy Bitcoin directly. Michael Saylor created this strategy with MicroStrategy 2 years ago, and he just continues to add Bitcoin to his balance sheet. He's buying it at almost 0% interest rate, and we've seen what's happened with MicroStrategy. We think it's still a buy.
And for your members specifically, are you investing in Bitcoin directly, or are you also investing in ETFs? Because I know there is some tax benefit to obviously just holding Bitcoin on its own.
So if you can invest in Bitcoin on its own, it's probably better, but you can also invest in ETFs. What we're recommending now is to follow the companies that are using Bitcoin to build their balance sheet, because you might actually get a bigger bang for your buck by investing in those companies that are using Bitcoin as finance currency. These are Bitcoin treasury companies, and that's the new trend in why Bitcoin's going to do so well, but why those stocks will do so well.
And since you have members who are currently working with the administration, and we know that regulation as far as cryptocurrency is evolving and favorable for this administration, where do you see the future of cryptocurrencies going in America?
So we think that cryptocurrency could become the next strategic reserve asset. We've said that before. We think there's enormous upside here. It is something that everybody should have in their wallet, and we've recommended internally, and we've talked about this, that people hold 2% of their assets in Bitcoin. In fact, we have one of our members persuaded one of our groups to buy Bitcoin a few years ago, and they've seen enormous returns based on that one conversation. So that's the type of conversations that go on internally all the time.
Do you think that crypto, and particularly Bitcoin, could become a type of safe haven? I know with all the geopolitical concerns that we've been seeing, we saw a lot of people rush to put money into Bitcoin specifically. It hasn't quite charted along with gold in the same level, but do you think eventually it becomes a more favorable asset in times of tension?
Well, we do think that it's going to be a favorable asset just like gold. It won't necessarily replace gold, but we think that there is a reason to have both as a part of a diversified strategy. So Bitcoin has huge upside, huge opportunity, particularly now that all of these large companies are buying Bitcoin. And this is not just happening in the United States, which is important to note. This is becoming a global strategy. So you have companies around the world that are incorporating Bitcoin into their balance sheet, and that's why there's going to be so much more appetite going forward.
And one last question for you, Barbara. Is there anything specifically in the coming months or weeks even that you think is going to have the biggest impact on portfolios?
Well, I think that seeing what happens globally is obviously going to be significant, but then that's why we're recommending that people continue to invest in defense stocks. And again, people should be holding crypto, because the more companies that come out using Bitcoin as a currency in the background and putting it on their balance sheet, the more upside opportunity there is for that space. And in fact, another company just came out today called Pro.
Goodbye. Dropping Mr. right there. Not much going on behind this here's bunker. I did very few trades, very few. That fire rage. 29 more minutes. We're at resistance. bug. "22 minutes left." Well, I was bored today. That's funny. Oh well. I'm gonna get me some good rest.